put your hands together as our dignitaries come to the stage. Kindly be seated. Good morning to one and all present here. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the two-day international conference on promoting peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, organized by the School of Arts and Humanities, St. Aloysius deemed to be university. The primary objective of this conference is to create a global platform for dialogue and knowledge exchange on promoting peaceful and inclusive societies as a foundation for sustainable development. It aims to bring together scholars, policymakers, and practitioners to critically examine contemporary challenges to peace, social justice, and inclusivity. The conference also seeks to encourage interdisciplinary perspectives, share best practices, and foster collaborative research and policy initiatives that contribute to sustainable and equitable societies. On behalf of the organizing team, it is my honor to extend a warm welcome to you all gathered here. I am Ayola De Mello, and I will be guiding you through the proceedings of this inaugural ceremony. Let us begin this auspicious program with an invocation prayer as the university choir leads us by rendering the prayer song. Kindly rise.
Tomorrow, and if you really try, you'll find there's no need to cry. In this place you feel there's no hurt or sorrow. There are ways to get there if you care enough for the living. Make a little space, make a better place. Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying if you care enough for the living. Make a better place for you and for me. Heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying if you care enough for the living. Make a better place for you and for me. Make a better place for you and for me.
We now request the convener, Mr. Alvin D'Souza, and the organizing secretary, Ms. Kavita B., along with student conveners, Mr. Gavin Vegas, to kindly escort the dignitaries, Mr. Darshan HV, our chief guest, Dr. Shanti D'Souza, our keynote speaker, Reverend Father Dionysius Vas SJ, Chancellor of St. Aloysius University, Reverend Dr. Melvin Dukuna, Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Rosevira D'Souza, Chairperson of the conference, Dr. Charles Furtado, Director of Admin Block, and Dr. Lovina Lobo, Director of Maffei Block, onto the dais. Please give them a huge round of applause. I now call upon the convener of this conference, Mr. Alvin D'Souza, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, to graciously extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to the gathering, setting a befitting tone for the conference proceedings.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, esteemed delegates, scholars, faculty members, dear students, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to one and all. It gives me immense pleasure and a deep sense of honor to welcome you all to this two-day international conference on promoting peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, aligned with Sustainable Development Goal 16, organized by the School of Arts and Humanities, St. Aloysius University, Mangaluru. In a world increasingly marked by conflict, exclusion, and inequality, the call for peace, justice, and strong institutions has been a more urgent. This conference is our collective academic response to that call, bringing together minds, experiences, and perspectives to reflect, question, and contribute meaningfully towards a more just and inclusive society. We are deeply honored to welcome our chief guest and inaugurator, Mr. Darshan H.V., IAS, the Honorable District Commissioner of Dakshina Kannada District. He is an IAS officer of 2016 batch and holds a bachelor's in Industrial Engineering and Management from JSS Academy of Technical Education in Bangalore. His previous postings include Assistant Commissioner Sagar Sub-Division, Shivamogga District, Commissioner of Kalburgi City Corporation, CEO of Kolar Jilla Panchayat Kolar, CEO of Belagavi Jilla Panchayat, Director of Department of Economics, IT and Biotechnology and Managing Director of Karnataka Innovation and Technology Society, Bengaluru, Additional Commissioner for Commercial Taxes Department of Bengaluru. By championing transparent process and agile project management, Darshan has earned a reputation as an officer who could bring policy, technology, and on-ground implementation. On June 17, 2025, the Karnataka state government announced a significant administrative reshuffle that named Mr. Darshan H.V. as the new Deputy Commissioner of Dakshina Kannada District. Sir, your presence today symbolizes the vital link between academic reflection and public governance, as SDG 16 specifically speaks directly to governance, justice, institution, and peace at the grassroots and administrative level. We are privileged to have you to inaugurate this conference. Welcome to you, sir. I request our Chancellor, Reverend Father Dionysius Vaz S.J., to give a green welcome to him. Thank you, Father. I extend a heartfelt welcome to the President of today's program, Reverend Father Dionysius Vaz S.J., the Provincial of the Karnataka Jesuit Province and the Chancellor of our St. Aloysius University. Father, your leadership constantly reminds us that education is not merely about knowledge, but about forming men and women who are committed to peace, justice, and the common good. Father, your visionary leadership rooted in justice, peace, and service continue to inspire our academic mission. A warm welcome to you, Father. A special and warm welcome to Dr. Shanti Maria D'Souza, founder and president of Mantraya Institute of Strategic Studies, who will be delivering the keynote address later. We are truly honored to have a scholar and practitioner of your stature with us. We are eagerly looking forward for your insights which bridge scholarship, policy, and real-world impact in the pursuit of peace and inclusive development. Welcome to you, ma'am. I request our Pro Vice Chancellor, Reverend Dr. Melvin Dicona, to give a green welcome to ma'am. I also take this opportunity to welcome our distinguished university administrators present on the dais. Reverend Dr. Melvin Dicona, SJ, Pro Chancellor, Dr. Charles Furtado, Director of Administrative Block, Dr. Lovina Lobo, Director of Administrative Maffei Block. Your constant support strengthens the academic and research culture of our university. Welcome to you all. With great pleasure, I welcome Dr. Rosevira D'Souza, the chairperson of this conference and Dean of School of Arts and Humanities. Madam, this conference stands as a testimony to your academic leadership and commitment to meaningful scholarly engagement. Welcome to you, ma'am. I warmly welcome Ms. Devishri Shetty, the convener of the conference, the organizing secretaries Dr. Roshan Montero and Ms. Kavita, whose dedicated efforts have made this international conference possible. My special welcome to our student conveners, Mr. Gavin Vegas and Ms. Prima Elvisha Pinto, whose leadership reflects the spirit of youth engagement in peace building. I also recognize the presence of Dr. Krishna Raj as well as Reverend Dr. Joachim Andrade in this audience. Welcome to you, sir. I also extend a cordial welcome to Dr. Sajimon, Associate Dean, Dr. Vidya Vinuta D'Souza, Assistant Dean, all the heads of the department, respected faculty members, non-teaching staff, and our committed student volunteers. Welcome to you all. A special welcome to our media personnel who give a wide coverage for all our events. Welcome to you. A very warm welcome to all the paper presenters, researchers, scholars, participants from different institutions, invited guests, and all students. Well-wishers gathered here today and all those who have joined us through online platform. Your presence affirms the belief that peace is not built in isolation, but through dialogue, collaboration, and shared responsibility. Welcome to you all. Friends, this conference is not merely an academic event, it is a collaborative reflection on our shared responsibility to promote peace, justice, and inclusive societies, values that are central to sustainable development and deeply rooted in the ethos of St. Aloysius University. May these 2 days be filled with thoughtful deliberation, critical insights, and renewed commitment to build peaceful and inclusive societies. Once again, I welcome you all and wish this conference a very success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now call upon Chairperson Dr. Rosevira D'Souza, the Dean of the School of Arts and Humanities, to read out the concept note.
For the Chancellor, Honorable District Commissioner, dignitaries on the days, guest speakers, I recognize the presence of our school's mentor, Dr. Valerian Rodriguez, the faculty from different institutions, our well-wishers, advisory committee members. The School of Arts and Humanities of our university is happy to present to you the conference theme, Promoting a Peaceful and Inclusive Society, a deliberation on SDG 16. Steve Kelelia, a founder of the Institute for Economic and Peace, a global think tank, which analyzes the impact of peace and sustainability, who has coined the concept of peace industry, which estimates the value of peace to the world economy while uncovering the social structures and social attitude as scores of peaceful societies argues as to how we assume that war is in human nature, but in many ways, people and communities are making positive change. To explore this, these academic institutions have greater responsibility, we thought. The young minds need to strive to bring forth the culture of peace in the larger society. This conference is a commendable effort in this respect to provide a forum to deliberate on building effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions, enabling justice and peaceful means to promote quality of life. The conference has a keynote address by Shanti Marriott, who is a rich experience with Afghan women. The technical session will have Dr. Krishna Raj on peace economics, Dr. Andrade on geography of religion, Professor Wuta on challenges of human rights in the present political dispensation of the US government, Professor Alex on reducing violence in the present political turmoil, a panel on building effective institutions featuring institutional edge, where ADC of DK will also feature. The conference has attracted 82 papers, around 13 themes under access to justice, 12 themes under inclusive institutions, and 6 themes under artificial intelligence and inclusiveness. As I congratulate each one of the faculty of the school for their effort to bring forth their inclination for peace and place the question Gandhiji raised in 1926, if we make discoveries and inventions in phenomenal world, must we declare a bankruptcy in the spiritual domain? Must man always be brute force and man after, if at all? I recognize the presence of Captain John Prasad Menezes, who helped me to get Dr. Shanti here. May I request Mr. Gavin to lead us to the inaugural of this conference.
As we begin today's conference, let us all please stand and take a pledge of our Sustainable Development Goals 16. Please repeat after me. We, the students, faculty, and members of St. Aloysius, pledge our commitment to Sustainable Development Goals, peace, justice, and strong institutions. We commit to promoting peace, harmony, and global cooperation, rejecting violence, and upholding integrity, accountability, and respecting diversity and human rights. We pledge to engage in dialogue over division, act ethically as responsible global citizens, to contribute to inclusive and transparent institutions. With this pledge, we affirm our responsibility to building peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development. Thank you all. You may have a seat. I request the District Commissioner, Honorable District Commissioner, Mr. Darshan HS, and our President, Reverend Father Dionysus Vaz SJ, to please come forward and sign this pledge as a historic moment. Thank you, sir. Yes. Darshan, sir, please sign.
Keep the applause coming. Thank you to our dignitaries. Leadership is not merely about position, but about purpose, responsibility, and service to society. Our chief guest for today is a leader whose work embodies vision and commitment to public service. We request Mr. Darshan HV, Deputy Commissioner of Dakshina Kannada, to kindly deliver the inaugural address.
Very good morning, everyone. Our Reverend Father Dionysius was SJ, Chancellor, St. Aloysius University. All the respected and honorable dignitaries on stage, and my dear friends who are here today. Firstly, I would like to wish all of you a very happy and prosperous new year. Let this new year be to you and your family a very prosperous and joyous one. Let all your dreams come true. And I hope you'll get where you want to get this year. So, Happy New Year once again. Secondly, when I got the invite for this event, I was just thinking, how do I fit here as the Deputy Commissioner of the district? You know, so three key words there, if you can just look at it. So one is peaceful, second one is inclusive, and the third and the most important is sustainable development. So peaceful, yes. Let this tree of harmony and tree of peace grow into a large tree in the coming years, and let all of us live under its shade so that we do not go away from the path of peace and harmony. That is something that our present generation today need to be taught, and that is something that we need to teach ourselves and also our friends and also our relatives and everybody. The second one, if you can see, is the inclusive society. So the definition of inclusive society varies. I'm a political science student and I love history. So what is inclusive society? Is it like where all religions come together and they live in harmony? Or is it in terms of economic sense where everybody gets a due share of their effort? Or is it something like, everybody gets whatever they want without any work? Or any other definition? Throughout history, throughout our economics and politics, people or leaders have tried to find some or the other definition for this inclusive society. And we are still trying to do it. And maybe tomorrow, all of you can actually help us improve that definition and actually implement that. And the third one is the sustainable development, which is very much essential in today's world. So let me briefly touch on all these three topics for a very brief moment. The first one is the peaceful. As the head of the district, one of my major role is to maintain peace and harmony in the district. No matter what, we are told to be neutral. We always try to be neutral. Our decisions are neutral so that everybody gets their due share of responsibilities and also opportunities. So our utmost work or role is to maintain peace and harmony, and on the foundation of peace and harmony there would be other development, and that is the second kind of development in terms of economics, also in terms of education, also in terms of health, and any other thing that requires for the rightful development of a human being. So my dear friends, no matter what you get or like how influenced you get by TV, news channels, social media or any other things, always remember it is your duty to protect peace and harmony within yourself and also around you. That is something that as educational institutions we are teaching you all, and I hope in the coming future when you go out of this university you keep maintaining the same thing, just like the tree of peace and harmony. Secondly, on inclusive society, I just wanted to, since some of you or most of you are arts and other background, can anybody tell me throughout our history, whether Indian history or international or world history, which society or which period do you think is the most peaceful or inclusive society? Anybody? Any idea? I mean, the answer varies, of course. Many of us say it was during the time of Chanakya. Many of us say it was during time of, the great Roman Empire. The others say it was during any other empire. So anybody? Any wild guess? Yes, please. Do we have a mic, or you can just shout out? Yeah. The pre? prehistoric period. Can you elaborate a bit? Okay. Okay, fine. That is something that we can look into. Anyone else? Yes, please. Sorry. COVID time. Well, funny and witty, but hope we don't get into those times again. Well, peace during disaster, yes. But I can tell you it was not peaceful for us. Where were you during COVID time? Where is your home? Calicut. Good. Anyone else? Any non-COVID period you can guess? Sorry? Japan? Present Japan? Throughout. Okay. Last one. Anybody? Any wild guess? All right. So, as of now, apart from the COVID period, I think I would vote for Japan. Definitely, the present and the previous. Not sure about inclusive because 95% of Japanese, based on one, set of people that is there. And yes, of course, Japan is peaceful, harmonious, and one of the mainstream societies where we can look up to. But as I said, as a student of political science and history, we cannot definitely say that this is the best or this is the worst. But what I wanted to invoke in you is to think about what exactly do you think when it comes to harmony and peace, and especially inclusive. So think about it. That is where you need to find the answer to yourself. If you want to live in an inclusive society, what are the conditions that you would like to thrive upon, or what are the set or terms that you would like to be a part of, so that tomorrow you and your family and your friends and everyone can be a part of such developed and inclusive society. The last one I would like to touch upon is the sustainable development. My dear friends, if you think today, again, wild guess, which do you think is one of the most developed nations today? One of the most developed nations as of today? Again, the definition of development varies, but whatever you think. Or apart from India, where would you like to live? Sorry? Denmark, sure. Norway, Scandinavian countries, definitely, yes. Sorry? Finland, yes, one more Scandinavian countries. Anybody on US, UK, France? No? Very surprising further, actually. Okay, the most common answer that we always get when somebody asks about the developed nations, apart from Scandinavian countries, is the US and UK. Well, considering UK with respect to industrial revolution, the Western world starts the modernity with respect to industrial revolution. And the US, of course, will not fall behind the industrial revolution once it reaches the North American continent. United States is one country that made complete use of its development, and also due to its isolationist policies, where it is covered in one way to Atlantic Ocean and the other one with the Pacific Ocean. So US actually made a lot of improvements with respect to or due to the industrial revolution. But my dear friends, it took tens of countries or the resources or the wealth of tens of countries to develop US. It took almost 60 countries' wealth to develop UK and to make UK what it is today. All we read in the history and other thing, what we use the term as plundering of wealth. So that is the kind of wealth that was transferred from the poor nations or the colonial powers, colonial nations, which actually colonized the other nations. From there, the raw materials and other things used to go, and that actually, made UK and US and other colonial powers what they are today. But with respect to India, with a population of close to 130 crores, how many nations do you think we have to plunder to become what they have become? That is not possible. It is not possible, and that is not the way that India is trying to do also, and that will never work for us. And that's where the sustainable development comes. The development that initially started in the Western world was to use based on consumerism. You know, we cannot go through that consumerism as a development strategy. It is the sustainable development that we actually need to do. Whatever we use, we need to make sure that 100% of it used and it is very economic friendly. So my dear friends, as the head of the corporation today also, you know, I head the corporation, Mangalore Corporation, we see a lot of dirt on the road. We see a lot of plastics on the road. Whenever we go to any house to collect garbage or the waste from the houses, there is no segregation. All the wet waste and dry waste and medical waste are put into one bag. So it is a lot of issue with respect to this. So these kind of sustainable development initiatives, whether it is using green building, green vehicles, e-vehicles of course, and anything that will reduce the pollution in the near future, we need to join hands to make sure that the pollution is less, we can breathe fresh air, will not become one more Delhi tomorrow or in the near future, so that we maintain Mangalore as a city, Mangalore as a district, what it is today, free, fair and very fresh air covered by Western Ghats on one side and Arabian Sea on the second. So having said this, I wish all the best to all of you, and also a very big thanks to the keynote speaker and the panelists that are going to come here. So a lot more exchanges of ideas like this, especially with young minds, will actually develop us a lot. And it's an honor, Father, to be here today in front of all of you and share my ideas and also learn a lot of things from you. Thank you very much. And since I have one more event to attend, I would request your permission to leave now. So thank you very much. And it's always a pleasure to be here. Good day.
I would now like to request the president of this conference to give a memento to our chief guest. Thank you, sir, for aptly highlighting the theme of this conference. I now request the President, Reverend Father Dionysius Vas S.J., to release the conference proceedings. I request all the dignitaries to join him on stage. Please give them a huge round of applause. Thank you, dignitaries. A true visionary leader transforms ideas into purpose and purpose into lasting change. These words resonate with the president of this conference, Reverend Father Dionysius Vas S.J., Chancellor of St. Aloysius Deemed to be University. May I now have the honor of inviting him to deliver the presidential address.
Mr. Darshan, the Deputy Commissioner, in his absence, Dr. Shanti M. D'Souza, the keynote speaker, Reverend Dr. Melvin Dicuna, the Pro-Vice Chancellor, Dr. Rose Veera, the chairperson of this conference, directors, conveners, deans, faculty, members of the staff, paper presenters, and my dear students. First of all, congratulations, and it's an honor to be part of this international conference at St. Aloysius deemed to be university, and I appreciate your answers to the Deputy Commissioner. You didn't say UK and USA, you said some Scandinavian countries, and you are also innovative with your COVID answer. We gather to deliberate on Sustainable Development Goals 16, peace, justice, and strong and inclusive institutions and societies. This goal is the normative heart of the 2030 Agenda. It is the glue that holds all other goals of sustainable development. I would like to see hope this conference is going to be a time for critical thinking, for time to hear dissenting voices, time to hear creative innovations in this country. First of all, access to justice. Hope we will move from legal theory to lived reality. The UN reminds us that there is no peace without justice. In India, a constitutional promise of justice, social, economic, and political remains our guiding star. However, we must acknowledge that access to justice is often hindered by systemic barriers, high costs, language gaps, geographical distance. Look at our own country. I think there are two Indias, one for the rich and one for the poor. Look at the refugees and migrants moving from the north to the south. Look at the state of Karnataka. I am provincial of Karnataka, and I know I have institutions in the south and institutions in the north of Karnataka. The south of Karnataka is rich, the north of Karnataka is terribly poor. Look at the gross enrollment ratio of students in higher education in south and in the north. The SEP has told you this. Proper access to justice means more than just having courts. It means having a legal system that is navigable for the poorer citizens. We must transition from a system of legal hurdles to one of legal empowerment, where every individual, regardless of background, feel protected by law. Second, building inclusive institutions. SDG 16 calls for inclusive institutions that are transparent, accountable, and representative. An institution is not inclusive if it only serves those with the loudest voices or deepest pockets. Many of our autonomous institutions like the Election Commission or the RBI or the ED, and even our lower courts, are controlled by political parties. Inclusion requires a structural shift to ensure that Adivasis, Dalits, vulnerable communities, minorities, migrants, and women are not just beneficiaries of policy, but active participants in the design of governance. As Dr. B.R. Ambedkar reminded us, democracy is not merely a form of government, it's a mode of associated living. Our institution must reflect the lived diversity of our nation to maintain public trust. Thirdly, you have chosen a theme of AI and the frontier of inclusiveness. We are now entering an era where artificial intelligence mediates our relationship with justice and institutions. AI and inclusiveness must be treated as inseparable concepts. There's a lot of opportunity here. AI can revolutionize access to justice through automated legal aid, real-time translation of legal documents into regional languages, and the streamlining of backlogged court cases. It can make institutions more inclusive by removing human bias in the initial stages of welfare distribution. But the risk, conversely, if we are not careful, AI can become a black box that automates exclusion. Algorithmic bias can turn historical prejudices into digital certainties. If an algorithm is trained on biased data, it will produce biased justice. Fourth, a human-centric technological governance. We must insist that technological governance remains subordinate to constitutional morality. We do not want a coded hierarchy to replace. For AI to be a tool for SDG 16, it must be transparent, accountable, accessible. And therefore, our collective responsibility, and I'm very happy that this has been a collective conference with 83 papers, with number of themes, people coming from different places and presenting these papers. Universities like St. Aloysius are laboratories where this ethical future will be written. To the students and scholars, I wish to say, your task is to ensure that as we build faster algorithms, we also make a more compassionate society. I would like, my dream is St. Aloysius University begin departments and centers of public policy, development, and we have a law, which is very good, development, public policy, and peace and conflict studies. We hope this will be in the near future. It will not make you big money, but it will give a brand to your institution. Let us commit a future where technology does not just move us forward, but moves us closer together, where access to justice is universal, institutions are mirrors of our diversity, and AI serves as a bridge to a more inclusive India. Let me end with a story which I have said maybe earlier, I don't remember, but these are a new audience. There was a fire in the forest, and the fire caught blazing, you know those Western fires that blaze. Everyone was running, animals, human beings, running out of this forest. And the fire was going as wild as the small little sparrow was flying, into a small little pond, picking in its small little beak a little water and going back and throwing on the fire, sprinkling on the fire. And people asked, the bigger birds asked the small bird, what mad thing are you doing? Are you a mad bird? Everybody is running, human beings, animals, birds, and you are taking a small little, in your small beak, you're carrying a little water and trying to sprinkle on this forest fire. The sparrow had a very interesting thing to say. He said, in God's list, there are 3 types of people. Some who create fires, some who watch while fires are burning, and a very few people who try to put out fires. I want to be in that 3rd list. I hope this seminar, conference, all of you belong to that 3rd list, to put out the fires in our society, to put out the fires in our nation and the world. God bless you.
Thank you, Father, for your impactful message. Gratitude is not only the greatest of virtues, but the parent of all others. I now invite the Organizing Secretary, Ms. Kavita B., Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, to propose the vote of thanks.
Distinguished dignitaries on the dais, respected faculty members, delegates, researchers, students, and dear friends. Good morning to one and all. On the behalf of the School of Arts and Humanities, it is my proud privilege to propose vote of thanks for the inaugural session of the 2-day international conference on promoting peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development. A conference that strongly aligns with the Sustainable Development Goal 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. At the outset, I express our sincere gratitude to our chief guest, Mr. Darshan HV IAS, for graciously accepting our invitation and for honoring this inaugural session with his esteemed presence. His insight addresses on inclusive governance, peace building, and institutional responsibility has truly set a meaningful and inspiring tone for this conference. In his absence, I thank Mr. Darshan. As a mark of our respect, we are deeply grateful to Reverend Father Dionysius was SJ, our respected Chancellor and the President of the conference, for his visionary leadership, constant encouragement, and unwavering commitment to promoting justice, peace, and academic excellence. Thank you, Father. We extend our heartfelt thanks to Reverend Father Dr. Melvin Dikunna, SJ, Pro Vice Chancellor, for his guidance, encouragement, and continued support towards academic initiatives that uphold the values, inclusivity, and strong institutions. Thank you, Father. A special word of thanks to Dr. Shanti M. D'Souza, keynote speaker, whose dedication towards peace building, social inclusion, and justice renovates strongly with the core objective of this conference and strong vision of SDG 16. Thank you, ma'am. Our sincere appreciation to Dr. Rosevira D'Souza, Dean, for her academic leadership commitment to fostering meaningful scholarly engagement through this international platform. Thank you, ma'am. We thankfully acknowledge Dr. Charles V. Furtado and Dr. Lovina Lobo, our directors, for their invaluable guidance, motivation, and steadfast support in making this conference a successful academic endeavor. Thank you, ma'am. A sincere appreciation to Mr. Alvin D'Souza, convener, Mr. Gavin Vegas, student convener, for their dedication, coordination, and relentless efforts in organizing this conference with great commitment and efficiency. Thank you. I also extend our heartfelt thanks to all the eminent speakers, resource persons, paper presenters, delegates, and participants for enriching this conference with their valuable insights, scholarly contributions. Our gratitude also goes to the faculty members and also Dr. Shalini Ayyappa for the book of proceedings, Master of Ceremony Ayola, and organizers who worked behind the scenes to ensure the smooth conduct of this inaugural session. I also thank the media and also faculty members, and also conclude with a quote that beautifully reflects the spirit of gratitude and collective responsibility. Peace is not merely an absence of conflict, but presence of justice, dialogue, and strong institutions. Once again, thank you all for your gracious presence and cooperation. We look forward to 2 days of enriching discussions and collaborative learning towards strengthening peaceful, justice, and inclusive societies. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I now request our chairperson, Dr. Rose Veera, to present a token of appreciation to the President, Father Dionysius Vas S.J. As we now proceed with the keynote address, my request the dignitaries to kindly take their seats in the audience. We now have the privilege of inviting Dr. Shanti M. D'Souza, founder and president of the Mantraya Institute of Strategic Studies, senior research fellow at the University of Massachusetts Amherst, and visiting faculty at the Naval War College, Goa, India. May I invite Dr. Shalini Ayyappa, head of Department of Psychology, to introduce the keynote speaker. Please give her a huge round of applause.
distinguished audience, I deem it my pleasure to introduce a truly global personality, a person with a distinguished and exemplary scholarly, academic, and professional trajectory, Dr. Shanti Marriott D'Souza. Her biodata is very impressive, exhaustive, and certainly inspiring and motivating for both the young and the old. She holds numerous positions of responsibility across academic and professional domains. With a distinguished career spanning more than 2 decades, she has served in diverse leadership roles across universities, governmental and non-governmental sectors, policy think tanks, and international institutions across continents. To highlight a few of her many distinguished roles, she's a senior research fellow at the School of Public Policy, University of Massachusetts, Amherst, USA, a visiting faculty and member of Research and Advisory Committee at the Naval War College, Goa. That's where she comes from. An affiliate at the Middle East Institute, Washington, D.C., a research fellow at the Well-Trends Institute for International Politics, Germany, an international advisor at the Nordic Counter-Terrorism Network, Finland, an editorial board member of Small Wars and Insurgencies, an advisor for Independent Conflict Research and Analysis, London, and a senior analyst at Wikistart. Among her significant post-COVID achievements are a Fulbright Nehru Visiting Chair at the School of Public Policy, University of Massachusetts, Amherst, USA, a founding professor at the Kautilya School of Public Policy, Hyderabad, a board director at Regional Center for Strategic Studies, Colombo, a visiting research fellow at the Stiftung Politics German Institute for International and Security Affairs, Berlin, a member, a Board of Studies, School of International and Area Studies, Goa University, a non-resident scholar at the Middle East Institute, Washington, D.C. She has conducted field research in Afghanistan, Pakistan, China, Africa, Australia, Canada, the United States, Jammu Kashmir, and India's Northeast. Her work related to Afghanistan warrants special mention. She has authored several books, contributes regularly to the Wall Street Journal, the Straits Times, the Business Times, Hindustan Times, Asian Age, the Hindu, Indian Express, Business Standards, and others. She is the founder and president of Mantraya Institute for Strategic Studies located in Goa. Her professional journey is indeed remarkable. Dr. Shanti Marriott D'Souza, we are certainly in awe of your achievements. On behalf of the School of Arts and Humanities, St. Aloysius University, I extend a very warm welcome to you. Over to you, ma'am.
Well, thank you so much for that kind introduction. It was actually a very long introduction, and I hope my keynote will be a little longer than that. But having said that, I think it's a privilege and pleasure to be here today. And I would like to thank Father Dinesh Iswas, the Chancellor, Father Melvin, Pro-Chancellor, Dr. Rose Veera D'Souza, the convener, the organizing committee, for putting together such a fantastic 2-day international conference. When I first got this invite, I was a little taken aback that someone in Mangalore can be thinking on these lines. And it's heartening, and it's also very fulfilling in a way, because to see all of you here, to look at SDG 16 very closely and very seriously itself is just not motivating, it's also inspiring. Now a little bit on my background, which I think has not been mentioned and which is truly like coming back or a homecoming here. is I was an NCC cadet and I represented Karnataka, Goa at the Republic Day camp. I won a medal. I got the bronze medal for the state. But what I would like to tell you is that I was practicing my firing in St. Aloysius grounds those days for 3 years. This was 3 decades back in the pouring rains, in the monsoons. And I would get a good shot because when it was thick fog in Delhi in January, freezing cold, I would get the target. So I think I owe it to St. Aloysius for the medal and for this opportunity to come back and speak today to all of you. And thereby I think I must thank you, Dr. Rose and the Chancellor, for giving me this opportunity. And those of you in NCC, please carry the flag forward for the state and for the country. Now, if you look at what's happening today in the world, where do we stand? Why is it so important to understand SDGs and the role of UN? If you look at the global scenario today, if you look at what's happening world over, there is a lot of geopolitical uncertainty and there is a rise in conflicts. So do you think the UN is doing the role? Do you think we should be really taking UN seriously? I think this is one point we need to consider, because given the fact that President Trump, who believes in making America great again, on his policy has withdrawn from most of the international organizations. And I, being a practitioner and being a teacher on international relations, have studied multilateralism and international organizations and the role we play. So why do we have to adhere to this goal? Why do we have to take this goal very seriously is something I think all of you need to ponder, including me. And how do we actually, in this world which is so unstable and so uncertain and so conflict prone and violent, need to take that vow? So when I look at it, where do we stand today when you're talking about SDG? We are looking at achieving this goal in 2030. And where are we now? We are in 2026. Have we achieved this goal? Are we anywhere nearby? I don't think so. But still, I think it's important to understand what is SDG 16 and why is it a foundational goal. Now, if you look at the foundational goals set up by the SDGs, there are 17 of them. SDG 16 calls for promotion of peaceful, just, and inclusive societies for sustainable development. And this is a catchword. And I would like to get a little bit into details of each of this so that I think it can set the stage and have a kind of a serious and concerted efforts of reaching this goal, just not in terms of talking, because most of the time and most of the conference I attend, we do talk a lot, but we don't do. And I think it's important we start taking action on this type of goals. So look at the world today. You're looking at a lot of violent conflicts worldwide. You've seen what's happening in Gaza. You've seen what's happening in Ukraine. You see what President Trump is up to when he makes announcements of war. And this is not something which is in sync with SDG 16. So we do see a large increase in that kind of violence and the conflict theaters which are going to increase. And based on my experience of having worked in conflict theaters for more than 2 decades, I would like to say that conflict resolution and peace building is possible. But as Father Vaz rightly pointed out, what is lacking is we do not invest in peace. The fact that the peace dividends, which gives economic prosperity, stability, and continuity to a country or holds the country together, has not been taken seriously. So what are the problems when you look at the fact that the world today looks more fragmented? You look at the structural constraints. I mean, every country has their own idiosyncrasies in terms of the ethnic, religious divides, the economic inequalities, their human rights challenges, and the world is not being really very peaceful today. So if you look at the statistics per se, by the end of 2024, the number of forcibly displaced people has reached an unprecedented level of 123.2 million people. And this is huge. Likewise, if you look at civilian casualties in armed conflicts, has surged by 40% in the previous years. So to achieve the goal 16 by 2030, action is needed to restore trust and strengthen institutions' capacity to secure justice for all, while facilitating peaceful transitions to sustainable development. Now, there is a clear correlation between social inclusivity, conflict prevention, and achievement of SDGs. We can have endless debates of what inclusivity means, but inclusivity for the sake of the SDG is to have those people who are left out of the system of the benefits the governments provide. So societies, when they're looking at inclusive governance, need to look at the structures and lower levels of conflicts to achieve those targets. Now, Afghanistan, where I worked in, is a classic example. What we saw in Afghanistan was a clear case of international intervention, which actually did not help build institutions. What we saw was that each country which was intervening, predominantly the US, and 40 plus of the NATO countries were involved in nation building based on their idea of nation building. No one had really invested in institutions of peace or sustainability and stability in that country. So after spending billions of dollars and having spent lots of money and also having more body bags coming out of the country, what we saw on August 15, 2021 was the takeover by the Taliban of Afghanistan. And thereby, what we are witnessing in Afghanistan today, and which I think Dr. Rose has rightly pointed out, is the systematic targeting of women, exclusion of women from education and the right to employment, and likewise the minorities in that country. So this definitely is a recipe for disasters. So if you look at the data, if you look at case studies, I mean, that's one way of doing research, and it's very important to have a comparative approach to studying conflicts and also to understand what inclusivity means. So if you look at the data from countries which are talking about inclusive governance models, you can take the examples of Ireland, Norway, Austria, Denmark, Switzerland, New Zealand. They consistently rank high on peace indices, and they've shown progress on all SDG indicators. Now, if you look downwards in Africa, like for instance, you look at Rwanda, the post-conflict transformation and Costa Rica's commitment to peaceful development are noteworthy examples. Now, these are a little far, but you've come a little towards South Asia. Which country stands out? I think one of them is Bhutan. And Bhutan has shown that it has strong institutional frameworks and low levels of corruption, gender equity in governance, and effective social protection systems. But on the other hand, you also see countries which are not peaceful, and those are Yemen, Sudan, Afghanistan, Ukraine, Congo, Mali, and the list is increasing. So if you look at how things are today in terms of why should countries invest in inclusive institutions and how do we build them, and how do we have a model which prevents conflict from occurring, rather than looking at resolving conflicts after conflict has occurred. And that, I think, should be the key, is to look at the SDG domains very clearly. And all 17 of them talk very clearly about poverty reduction, quality education, climate action, and reduce inequalities. So you have countries like Norway and Austria who have spent highest on education as a percentage of their GDP, and thereby they are able to reach their SDG goals. So it is the job for the policymakers to look at this. Now, before getting into what can be prescribed and what should be done, I think we just need to quickly look at what SDG 16 is, a reality check of where do we stand. And I would like to begin with some sobering data as a reality check. So if you look at the recent data globally, we are far behind, as I mentioned, and we have very little time to reach the targets. So conflict and violence continues to displace millions. In 2024, the number of people living in conflict-affected areas reached unprecedented levels. Birth registration, a fundamental right and indicator, remains out of reach for nearly 1 in 4 children globally. Corruption remains endemic in most of the countries, particularly in the developing world and in South Asia. And violence against women and children remains pervasive, with over half the world's children experiencing some form of violence every year. And these are not mere statistics. This, behind each number, is a story, is a tragedy. A child denied their identity, a family displaced by violence, a community deprived of resources because it was stolen or siphoned off by corruption, and a woman unable to seek justice for crimes committed against her. So here I stand today not with pessimism by putting this data in front of you and saying that all is lost, but with little optimism, because I think there are windows of opportunities, and there are proven solutions of how local communities around the world have demonstrated that some things can work. And my experience, again, working in conflict theaters and teaching in a public policy school, puts me in a position where I would like to label myself as a practitioner plus academic, that's a precademic. And I think that's the need of the day. So one thing is to teach and to influence future minds, and others to get down to the field and do your work yourselves. So before getting into the specifics of what can be done, how do we do it, are there any magic bullets, or do we have to invent our own solutions, we need to understand the framework of SDG 16. And SDG 16 encompasses 12 targets that form a blueprint for peaceful and inclusive societies. So let me quickly walk you through those 5 core pillars and what achieving them requires. And this is not a blueprint from my side, but I think it's something in the next 2 days, all of you can debate and deliberate and think about it, because that's the purpose of having conferences of this sort. So if you look at pillar 1 is ending violence and promoting safety. So if you look at the targets here again of 16.1 and 16.2, they call for reducing all forms of violence and ending abuse, exploitation, trafficking, and violence against children. And this is personal for many children, especially in countries like Afghanistan and even India's northeast, where this is rampant, the violence and physical safety, which also impinges on your emotional safety. So what does success mean to this kind of scenario in conflict theater? It means that the mothers in conflict zones can send their children to school. It means that women can walk in the streets at night without being afraid of being assaulted. And the children, the future of the country, can grow up away from the psychological and the physical scars of violence. So what do we do to achieve this? There's a lot of evidence-based research which occurs, but what has really been not targeted and looked upon seriously is violence prevention programs, which should be in the community policing skills. You do have police, and you have seen the problems associated with policing. For instance, in this country, we don't have enough police based on our population. The police is severely understaffed. And then there is this whole danger of police taking on disproportionate use of force. So I think it's important to have more of community policing, more of public health issues being discussed within communities, and setting up a community-led approach. The second pillar is to look at justice for all. Now, this is very important. Access to justice has been denied to many. If you look at the statistics again, over 5 billion people, that is 2/3 of the global population, lack meaningful access to justice. So 2/3 of the humanity cannot afford to resolve disputes, protect their rights, or hold power to account through legal means. And justice delayed is justice denied, and that's known to everybody. And for billions, it's not just delayed or denied, it's also out of reach. So recently, on 23rd January, Chief Justice of India, Surya Kant, declared, justice delayed is not justice denied, but justice destroyed. And I think that is telling, because what happens when you don't have access to justice? And again, I would like to speak from experience of what happened in Afghanistan when people couldn't access the court and couldn't get their disputes resolved, is people going back to the Taliban to get that justice. So the path forward for this pillar requires a lot of legal aid services, particularly about marginalized communities, simplifying, educating people of the legal procedures, and reducing costs for them by helping them as students of law, as students who are working on the legal field, to go and reach out to these people to help them protect their rights and ensure that they have access to justice. The third pillar is building effective and accountable institutions. And I think that's the key word today. In Afghanistan, as I talked about, there was a crisis of institution building, but India has institutions. And today those institutions are being held account, are not being responsible, or being swayed by one party or the other. And that's where I think we have to take more cognizance of the fact of how do we make these institutions accountable. So what does it require? It requires open government initiatives that provide citizens with access to information. So you need more of parliamentary oversight and audit institutions, and ensuring freedom of information laws and the media is protected at various levels. So there are certain ways of looking at things, of how to work within the certain structural constraint. But there's also the need for agency, and agency comes from citizens, and informed citizens is very important to take action at various levels. The fourth pillar is fighting corruption. Now, everyone knows that corruption has been endemic in most of the countries. In certain countries, it affects a certain section of the population, like the developed countries in the US. But in some countries, it's pervasive, that it affects everybody. In Afghanistan, a lot of money was spent by foreign countries, but it never reached the people. most of it was siphoned off, just not by the corrupt elite of the country, but also the foreign donors who had their own consultancy projects. So if you look at corruption today, even inside India, I think it's rampant in various forms. So how do we deal with this? And it's obvious that you need political will, but beyond that, you need vigilant groups. You need people and citizens who are informed, who are using the e-governance systems to talk about it. And over time, it's about implementing those kind of measures and techniques which are useful to make the officials accountable. Because otherwise, what does it mean that every money or every rupee which has been siphoned off is a story where a child is denied childcare, someone in need of medical emergency doesn't get it in time, or a building collapses or a bridge collapses and people die. And we hear this and we read about this in the newspapers and then we forget about it. And there is no accountability or there's no questioning of why this occurred. And that, I think, silence is dangerous. The last pillar which I would talk about is inclusive decision making and identity. Now the targets 16.7, 16.9 and 16.10 address participation, legal identity and access to information and fundamental freedoms. So how can you participate in decisions if you're not an official? How can you claim your rights if your legal identity is not there? And many citizens, and now most of us are going through this with the election commission starting up this whole process again. And how do we actually have that identity and make sure that universal birth registration occurs and people have that right to information? I think these are not luxuries of the day, these are necessities. And for long, I think we took it for granted that this is a fundamental right every citizen have, but today the right is being questioned. And thereby, I think it's more important for those who are educated to reach out to those who are not educated, those who have a lot in terms of the resources to share and bring those who are not on the table to the table to make this more inclusive. So you can start at a very local level, at a community level, build it up to the district and then to the region and then to the national and international level. So this is the broad pillars we talked about, and I would like to discuss this in the question answers if you have any, but if you look at broadly what it means to talk about SDG 16, is this not a catchword, or is this not fashionable to talk about this? But it's unique. Why? Because fundamentally it connects and targets and reinforces each of the SDGs together. So when you look at SDG 16, it's more comprehensive. It's linked to every other SDG. So consider poverty eradication of SDG 1. It cannot be achieved if corrupt officials are siphoning off the money. Quality education is not possible in conflict zones where school fees or certain systems exclude girl childs from attending schools, like in Afghanistan. And gender equality of SDG 5 requires that women have equal access to justice and equal voice in institutions. Likewise, climate action, that is SDG 13, depends on transparent, accountable governance and the ability of affected communities to participate in decisions. So I think to understand why SDG 16 is just not about justice, it's also the interconnected natures, which actually puts this as the fulcrum of all SDGs. It is about creating that enabling environment for sustainable development. So broadly given you the overview, and now you would ask me what are the approaches, what are the countries, how have others approached this? And I think that's important to study from other case studies, that how have other societies, other countries, other regions approached this kind of SDGs. So we'll look at innovative solutions around the world, and some of them are inspiring, and let me highlight a few of them. I mentioned Rwanda before. Now, if you look at Rwanda, community-based justice mechanisms have helped the nation heal from genocide while rebuilding social cohesion. So this is once seen as a case of success. Now, other case of success is Estonia, which has e-governance and has radically increased transparency and citizen access to services. And I think those who are studying e-governance and would like to know more about how e-governance works in India, I think you can do a comparative study with this kind of countries. Now look at South Korea. Participatory budgeting has given citizens direct say in public fund spending. And that again is important because you should know where the money comes from, how much tax is collected, and where is it being spent, and how is it being spent. So there is certain kind of accountability which comes into that. In Sierra Leone, you have free legal aid programs which have dramatically increased access to justice to the poor. Likewise, in Georgia, there is anti-corruption reforms that have transferred and put more pressure on the public service delivery system. So all of these case studies show certain indication. Now, I'm not saying that these situations or these countries or examples are the examples, because I think one has to be very cautious that one size fits all doesn't apply. But we can always learn from the best practices and see whether that can be used and that can be useful to the country. Technology, as you know, has given you a lot many tools. You have blockchain for transparent public procurement systems, artificial intelligence for analyzing corrupt patterns, mobile platforms for reporting abuse, and all of this biometric identification to secure your legal identity. And online participation platforms are also available for civic engagement. But mind you, again, technology is a tool, but not a solution. So it has to be deployed thoughtfully, and attention has to be given to privacy, digital inclusion, and the risk of reinforcing existing power imbalances. So it depends on who uses it and how it's being used. If the elite use it, they have it for a certain purpose. But if the citizens who are educated and well-informed are able to use it, I think that will be a game changer. Now, how do we bring about that kind of a coordination in a very disparate society? Now, look at the role of different actors. And here, I think I would like to focus on few of the multi-actor strategy or an engagement which is at work. One is SDG 16 needs action from every actor. Now, who are the predominant actors, and how do we make each one of them act? First is the government. Governments do have a responsibility when they have signed the UN and a part of the UN to adhere and to provide the protection needed in terms of allocating resources, strengthening institutions, protecting civic space, and having those models of transparency and accountability. So there are national development plans, and these must integrate SDG 16 targets, and budget needs to be allocated to match the commitments made by each of this government. Now, if the governments don't act, who acts? You have the civil society. Civil society must continue to monitor progress, advocate for reform, provide services where governments cannot, or more importantly, will not, and amplify the marginalized voices and model the accountable. So this, I think, is very important for us sitting here in a conference, which is nice. For 2 days, you can have endless discussion, but what will you do out of that? That, I think, is the role of the civil society organization and civil society actors. The third is the private sector. The private sector has huge stakes. For instance, even the business interests, they, I think, would be interested in looking at issues of corruption. There has to be certain amount of accountability of business practices, transparency initiatives, and more importantly, protecting the workers from exploitation, and recognize the long-term benefit of that kind of engagement with the employees to build that just societies. And business cannot thrive if that kind of scenario or that kind of enabling environment doesn't exist. The third is the international organizations, which I talked about, and I think here the UN is very important, though it's not been able to function the way it has to be, but still it's an organization which has a participation of large many countries. And herein we must, I think, adhere to this UN SDGs in a way that binds just not the local, the national, but also the international and global citizens to this international organization. So if you look at the entire processes by why citizens must claim their rights, participate in democratic processes, hold leaders to account, challenge injustice, and recognize that sustainable change and development requires sustainable engagement. And democracy is not a spectator sport. Democracy is something where you hold people who are in power to account, and you as citizens take action and just not be a spectator watching the game go by. And as Father rightly alluded to the bird who wants to go and douse the fire, I think you should be one of that. So when you look at the need for breaking the barriers, I think there is a time for introspection. And here I think history is replete with examples of society that are locked in endless cycles of conflict, violence, corruption, and exclusion. And unfortunately, Afghanistan still remains there today. And I always feel for the women of Afghanistan who are completely let out of the system. And this is where I think breaking the barriers and reaching out to them is more important. So there is just this not a social responsibility, it's also a moral imperative. So when you sing the choir, heal the world, make a better place, I think you should remember that this is the place you take a pledge and you take a vow and there you put it to act. So it is a shared responsibility, it is a collective responsibility, and you have to make that difficult choice of taking action. So it is ambitious. I mean, to many, even still now, I don't know how many of you are really listening and trying to understand, but what I'm trying to say is that when you look at SDG 16, you have to understand that this will fundamentally change not everyone's life, but your life first. Because very soon you will be on the excluded if you do not take part in this process. So I leave you with that. I mean, I invite each one of you, take one vow today of how would you implement that SDG 16. How would you bring about change in the world, and how would you heal the world? I think I have talked enough, and I would like to have some time for an interactive session, maybe questions on any of the issues, but I look forward to that. So thanks for your time, and I hope this will be a useful conference, and look forward to your questions. Thank you.
The floor is now open for questions, and I request my colleague, Mr. Vishal Naik, to take over.
Thank you, Dr. Shalini. And thank you, Madam, for such a wonderful and thought-provoking session on peaceful and inclusive societies. To sum up what Dr. Shanti has said today in her very nicely put short session is that peace and inclusivity are very important for our society, and so is sustainable development. Madam talked about multiculturalism and international committees, which are very important, but she also talked about civil societies, the role you and I will play in the future in ensuring peace and inclusivity for our society. Madam asked us to take a vow, one vow, how each of us, at our level, will take this SDG goals forward. And like Father Diane said in his story, we can be the small birds who can be making small steps which will result in big decisions for our society. Now, since I've summed up the topics, I would now invite the audience for their questions. Yes, we have one question. Could I have the mic, please? Sir, over there. Kindly introduce yourself, sir, and ask the question.
Ma'am, I'm Don Prem, a student of public policy. You spoke about high spending in education has a positive correlation to peaceful and just society. You gave some examples. Karnataka is at the verge of transferring education as a public good to private good by closing so many government schools, very likely. Do you feel Karnataka has institutional mechanisms to hold the private entity accountable so that the education is accessible to all?
Yeah, thank you. I think it's a very important question and a timely question as well. Education should be a public good for all. And if there is a certain amount of privatization come in, I think the government has to hold those private institutions to account in sense of knowing how do they include those who cannot afford the fees, who don't have that kind of access based on physical distance. So there is a need, I think, to look at education as a public good. And I'm sure that there are many private institutions which will come up, and there is a factor that looking at private education as something which is cut off from the public good is, I think, a very narrow view. How do we include that? Because if you look at the scenario today, there are many government schools. It's just not about Karnataka. Look at the states in the north of India. For instance, if you look at UP and Bihar, and most of these government schools do not function. So if you do have private schools coming up, but they are based on a profit motive, how do we move them away from the profit motive? It's, I think, for the government, when they issue those licenses or give them the permissions, to make sure that certain section of the population or certain numbers of people who cannot afford to pay the fees or whose families will not let their children come to school because they have to do their daily labor is included. So I think we need to have a more comprehensive understanding of how to work around the system. Given the fact that government schools today are not able to function or the government is not spending, but at the same time make the government responsible in terms of looking at public-private partnership models. And these are models which have worked in many countries. And this is something I think if you look at countries like South Africa, like some in Norway and all of this, even in the US, I think those models have worked. So I think it's to look at that model and to see how to make this education a public good. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you, madam. We are ready for the next question. Yes, we have a question.
Yeah, good morning, ma'am. My name is Andrew Fernandez. I'm a student of social work. So you gave us a very extensive blueprint on how we can achieve a peaceful society. Do you feel peace can only be achieved through non-violent means, or we may have to use certain means which we may not agree with? However, we have to use it as necessary evil.
Well, I think that's a very interesting question of how, what techniques do you use to achieve your goal? And I don't see violence as any tool or a mechanism to achieve the goal you want to reach, because it might give you a quick result. For instance, if you're looking at rebellions, or if you look, even for instance, if you're looking at Taliban in Afghanistan, why did they come back to power? Because there was so much of corruption, there was so much of injustice, Taliban was seen as doing good, and they came back to power because people thought they would bring about change, but they didn't bring about change. And they used endemic violence, and they're still using violence. So violence is not really an answer to any kind of change. Violence can be a mechanism, but it doesn't yield that result. And if you look at conflicts, again, if you look at Kashmir, or you look at India's northeast, different groups have used violence to achieve political participation, political inclusion at certain level. Now look at the state of Mizoram. It had insurgencies in the 80s, and what resolved that insurgency was the fact that they stopped using violence and got into the political mainstream, participated in elections, won the election, and became the party in power. And today Mizoram is a peaceful state and a well-developed state. So I don't think violence is a means or a mechanism to achieve anything. I mean, as youth, you think that rebellion, aggression, all of that will bring change, a certain amount of anger. But what it does is that it doesn't break the structural constraint. You are functioning under certain structural conditions. Today, if you look at the system, like for instance, if you look for the system in India for last 2 or 3 decades, there's a lot of corruption, and you know that you have to talk about it, you have to lodge a complaint, you have to go to the police station, you have to bring about the change, you have to take certain risks. Only then the structural conditions will change. But will you go and do that? No. But you would rather, I mean, maybe hit a policeman or abuse or say something, and that doesn't yield any result. The results have to be carefully calibrated and deliberately done so that you change the environment around you, change structure around you. Likewise, for any of the rebellions group, where did they lead? If you look at the insurgencies, if you look at what happened in conflict theaters, I think it's one thing is telling is that violence does not really resolve. It adds to the conflict dynamic, and then it goes through the endemic cycle of violence. And it's very difficult to get out of that violence circle. So my suggestion is that I think we have to look at non-violent means, peaceful means, and as informed citizens, deliberate strategic decisions made at every level, as a citizen of the country, as a student in an institution, as a student in a school. I think it's a responsibility, and that has to be taught, because we only thought about the duties, not about our rights. So I think it's time to do that. Thank you.
Great. We have time for 3 more questions. 3 more hands have been raised. So, Joyce, madam.
I'm Joyce Lobo. Dr. Shanti D'Souza, I really appreciated your talk today and really admire your achievements. My question is, before I start my question, I'd like to just talk about this word called culture, institutionalized culture. Whatever I practice becomes a culture. It may be good, it might be bad. but sometimes we practice certain institutionalized culture to the bad part of the culture is to control people. It's sometimes rigid traditions. You have sometimes redundancy in culture. And if you can throw a bit of light on institutionalized culture among the Pashtuns in Afghanistan, and that is where the Pashtuns have taken over today the Islamic State of Afghanistan, and they have this institutionalized culture of controlling women through their rigid traditions, in ensuring that women are not out in the open, not in public spaces. So can you just throw a bit of light on that and how it affects peaceful and inclusive societies, how it keeps a nation away from the goal of peaceful and inclusive societies? Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's a question very close to my heart and research. And thanks for bringing up Afghanistan and what's happening with the women today. I think a little word of caution here is necessary. We tend to see Afghanistan through a Western prism, through what West has projected, the media has projected. Now, if you go to Afghanistan today, which I did in September this last year, women are out on the streets, women are doing their jobs, women are able to earn their livelihood, women are able to talk back to the Taliban, and women have their chambers of commerce and industry. What is different? Women are in their hijabs, they have their burqas, they're covered head to toe, even you can just see their eyes. So last 2 decades as I was going to Afghanistan, what I saw was that when I went first in 2007, women didn't cover their heads so much, they were a little more free. And I was also like that. And then the next visit I went, everyone started staring at me, and then I realized women have started covering their head. And then over time, it started increasing. And I also went through that phase of doing that just to be in sync with the local culture, which you talk about institutionalized culture. Now, I think Pashtuns are really misunderstood in many ways. Pashtuns by themselves are egalitarian in the sense that they let the women go out and do their job. What happened is in the 1980s, during the Soviet occupation and the foreign intervention which occurred, a lot of the Salafi jihadi groups like Osama bin Laden's Al-Qaeda came to Afghanistan, and they brought their very strict version of Salafi Islam, which transferred and transmuted the Pashtun culture. So today what you see of Pashtun is the Salafi influence, not the one which the Taliban actually originated from, that is the Deoband in India. And if you remember the foreign minister who came to India, Muttaqi, last year, went to Deoband. And they had the origin in Deoband. Now go to Deoband, they don't have this interpretation of Islam. So how did Pashtuns and Taliban come to have this kind of image? Because of the Arabic influence, the Salafi jihadi influence. And now to take them out of that is a task. So if you look at women's rights issue, you go on talking about it. I've written about it so much. But beyond writing, beyond advocacy, what can you do about this kind of institutional culture, which comes from one person at the moment of the Taliban group, the regime, that is the Emir. He is the one who holds the view. Rest of the Taliban do not hold this view. And those who have opposed him had to leave the country. But women are able to work within the certain structural constraint of doing things on their own. Now, if you ask me about that institutional culture, it's based on that one emir who has got the right to send out decrees against the women. Nothing can be done about it. So you live in that. But by themselves, Pashtuns are not what they are projected. Afghanistan is not what it's projected. To understand a country, to understand a conflict theater, you have to go there, live with them. And that's when I think ethnography and anthropology is very important. And most of us, having studied international relations, do not go to the field. And thereby, I think going to the field is very important to understand, to have that kind of participant observation, that kind of ethnographic knowledge of the culture. And then, you are able to write and influence policy at a different level. So when you write that women can go and do this, that means there is a window of opportunity. So you go working with those women. So you start reaching out to those women. Then gradually you're building up that chain of network where you expand that influence. And within those constraints which are difficult and looks impossible to break, as you call the institutionalized culture, is agency. You're building agency for the women and inside the country. And that will occur very incrementally, very slowly. It might be generational, but it will gradually occur. So Taliban are there today, but you don't know how things will change. And if you are empowering the citizens and the women through online education, which is occurring now, giving them employment opportunity, giving them access to sell their products in India and the other regional markets, you're giving them that option of having some economic alternatives which they don't have otherwise. And gradually Taliban understanding that the modern state system runs on these mechanisms. It doesn't run on pure religious principles, and they are becoming more pragmatic. So then we see that agency and structure gradually changing, and that's when I feel that institutional culture, despite its limitations, has the potential to change, and that will come about gradually.
Ma'am, in 2001, the US State Department, when the US had their intervention in Afghanistan, they had a separate narrative along with the narrative of capturing Osama bin Laden that saved the women and children of Afghanistan. They also followed up with the 2003 Act for Access to Afghan Women. But in 2021, when the peace talks were held, not a single mention of this was brought about. What do you think was the reason behind this entire, they built a whole narrative around this to just drop it when they were leaving?
I think it's good you use the word narrative, so that shows that what narratives mean. So when you talk about narratives, even peace narratives, I think there's a whole industry around it. You are building a narrative and then you're trying to counter it. So US went in initially because US homeland was attacked, and Bush administration had a very limited agenda of decimating the Taliban, getting Osama bin Laden, and moving out of Afghanistan. They were not interested in nation building, but gradually they wanted to stay because they were not achieved their goal. And there were all this nation building goal, including rights of women and girl children and all that came to the fore. So what happened during the peace talks? None of this were addressed. So if you look at the Doha Agreement, and the writing was on the wall, there was no red lines which said that women will be protected or the achievements of the democratic government of the last 20 years will be protected. None of this were there. Only 4 conditions: end of violence, end of hostilities, return of prisoners, and that's it, which was clearly an exit strategy of a war which America had lost. And it wanted to get out at whatever cost. Americans never care wherever they go of what they do to the societies. And that's, I think Afghanistan has been a casualty to that. So don't get taken up by what State Department says and what narratives this view. Because I think when you understand, narrative building, I think is something which is very important. And I hope this conference also addresses that. Because if you don't have narratives, then you're countering someone else's narrative. So build your narrative and then you talk about it. In Afghanistan, it was a case of narrative of pessimism. And unfortunately, whatever little progress Afghanistan had achieved was lost. Yeah. I'm sorry, I think I'm running out.
Last one question is there. Last one question from...
Good morning, Jason here. I have 2 questions which are correlated. This is on a global level. When you're talking about inclusion, I see countries like Afghanistan is excluded from the global policy making, which is very crucial to the SDG goals that we're talking about. Second is some regions of the world and countries, as you rightly mentioned, in the case of Afghanistan, a lot of billions were invested into the country for development purposes, but from a Western agenda. My question comes to the point where the locals wanted a say, and now they're having a say in a form of running the country in a very strict interpretation of the Sharia law. That's completely at odds with the inclusion goals that the UN wants to set up. So how could this challenge be overcome when it comes to this?
Well, I think it's an important question of inclusion here. For instance, Taliban have been excluded all the time. So remember during the agreement which was signed after 2001, the Bonn Agreement, Taliban were excluded. And now Taliban is excluded by the international community and by the UN. It's not got its participation or a seat in the UN yet. So we do see that exclusion creates problem. But do you accept Taliban as they are today? To a certain extent, yes. Because there is no other alternative, and certain issues which are very pressing for the Afghans, like for instance, education, food, employment opportunities, disasters which strike them, and climate action. So I think on climate, there has been some progress of including them. So it's about looking at a regime as they are. There are no perfect regimes or no perfect systems. There are so many, you had military dictatorships in Pakistan, you do have military junta in Myanmar, you have Maoist in Nepal. So you have a different kind of models everywhere. So it depends on how the international community approaches it. And for us, it is Afghanistan is Afghans, the people who are suffering because of conflict and because of people who have not held on to their promises to keep Afghanistan safe for the people. So I think we have to work around many institutional mechanisms of looking at how to deal with the Taliban, but more importantly with the Afghans. Maybe we can have a more discussion during the coffee break or something.
Sure, madam, and I'm sure others also have many different questions for madam. And Dr. Shanti will be more than happy to take those questions offline out during the tea break. For the time being, we will end this question and answer session. Thank you all for your participation. Thank you, madam, from us. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Vishal, and to the audience for their questions. I now request Dr. Shalini to present Dr. Shanti with a token of our appreciation. As we draw the inaugural session to a close, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to all our dignitaries, speakers, and our participants for gracing this occasion with their presence. Your insights, blessings, and encouragement have set a truly inspiring tone for the conference. We look forward to the engaging discussions, fruitful deliberations, and collaborative learning over the next 2 days as we work together towards promoting peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short 5-minute break. We kindly request everyone to return after 5 minutes as the first technical session will commence immediately thereafter. An announcement for the washroom facilities. There are washrooms right behind this hall. You can take the ride from the doors. There's the washrooms for the male on the left and washrooms for the women on the right. Thank you so much.
പക്ഷേ
din curte, multe au fost și-au rămas mute. Nu știu ce o să fie mâine, dar acum la toți e bine. Cum se vede, măi, just a boy, 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 just a boy.
No 空でピカピカちびやくまでも心はプラ笑って走ってドキドキルン魔界の空でピカピカちびやくまでも心はプラ笑って走ってドキドキルンちょっと変なパワーがバン黒い翼フラフラスウェイでも夢はきらめくブライトネスプレイ子供みたいにほらほらおい俺はまだまだ just a boy ああ体充電ときめく日周りが動くスピードにあ止まらねえよ胸がブンブン小さな悪魔のライジンブルーム I just a boy, a boy 羽ばたくよ in this wild night アピールに叫ぶ my boy それはただの just a boy
I request all the students to kindly occupy their seats. I request everyone to kindly occupy their seats. We'll be starting with the technical session. Students outside the hall, kindly assemble. I request everyone to kindly assemble in the hall. We'll be starting with the technical session. Good afternoon, everyone. A very warm welcome to our respected dignitaries, resource person, faculty members, and my dear friends. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the technical session 1 on the theme Peace and Economics and Conflict Resolution, organized by the School of Arts and Humanities. We are truly honored to have such a distinguished resource person with us today, Dr. Krishna Raj, and we are confident that this session will be both enlightening and inspiring for everyone present here. Without any further delay, may I now request our respected moderator, Dr. Sajimon, Associate Dean of Department of Economics, St. Aloysius, deemed to be University, to kindly escort our esteemed resource person, Dr. Krishna Raj, onto the dais. I now invite our moderator, Dr. Sajimon, to formally introduce and extend a warm welcome to today's resource person, Dr. Krishna Raj.
Good morning, all of you. Let me introduce the speaker for this first technical session. Actually, I extracted these details from his exhaustive biodata. Therefore, I'll give you few points about his excellence. Professor Krishnaraj is professor and head and the RBI chair professor at the Center for Economic Studies and Policy, Institute for Social and Economic Change, ISEC, Bangalore, and brings with him over 26 years of rich experience as a researcher, teacher, academic administrator, and policy advisor. He holds a PhD in economics from University of Mysore, and his area of specialization include environmental economics, inclusive growth, natural resource economics, climate change, and sustainable development. Professor Krishnaraj's research has made a significant contributions to some of the most demanding development challenges of our time, including urban air pollution, traffic congestion, water supply and demand management, river basin planning, biodiversity conservation, and climate finance. His work has not only advanced academic scholarship, but has also informed public policy at both state and national levels. He has served as an expert committee member and policy advisor to several prestigious bodies such as National Green Tribunal, Government of Karnataka, and international organizations including Asian Development Bank. His policy reports and expert interventions have played a decisive role in environmental governance, urban infrastructure planning, social justice, and resource management. In recognition of his outstanding contributions to environmental policy and management, Professor Krishnaraj was awarded the Karnataka State Environment Award for the year 2024-25. His academic excellence and global engagement are further reflected in his international teaching and research associations with universities in the United States, Canada, and South Korea, and his participation in major global policy forums such as China Global Think Tank Innovation Forum. A very dynamic scholar and an inspiring academic, Professor Krishnaraj has authored 9 books, over 40 research papers, several policy reports, and he has delivered more than 150 invited and distinguished lectures across national and international platforms. through his writings, public engagements, and media contributions, he continued to shape informed public discourse on economic and environmental issues. I invite Dr. Roshan Monterio to hand over a sapling as a symbol of warm welcome to Dr. Krishnaraj. Thank you, sir. I'm sure that sir will focus on why conflicts occur from an economic perspective, the cost of conflict and violence, and economic strategies and institutions that promote peace, stability, and cooperation. We are honored to welcome you, sir, and over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Sajimon, for welcoming the gathering. Over to you, Dr. Krishnaraj.
Good afternoon, one and all. It's a great pleasure to stand before you in this very prestigious college established way back in 1880, 146 years back. Such a tradition the college has in creating educated people from this area. I am glad that the St. Aloysius deemed to be university has organized this 2 days international conference on the very important topic, that is peaceful, inclusive societies and sustainable development. This topic is very close to my heart. When Dr. Rose Vera D'Souza called me and she came to Institute 2 months back, and she attended one of the capacity building program on economics of climate change. And she used to tell me about this prestigious conference. And thank you for having invited me here, and happy to share some of my views on the caption or title, Peace Economics and Conflict Resolution. So I will take you through some of the presentations, and hope you will follow me. I think there are some students, you need to settle down, otherwise it creates disturbance for me also. So among the 17 Sustainable Developmental Goals, the Sustainable Developmental Goal 16, it highlights about promoting peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development through providing justice for all and build effective and accountable and inclusive institutions at all levels. Already the keynote speaker has given an elaborate meaning of this sustainable developmental goal, and each subsections she has analyzed about how to achieve. So these sustainable developmental goals under United Nations organizations, they have agreed to implement in all countries, the signatories of UNO, United Nations Organization, to achieve these sustainable developmental goals by 2030. And one among these 17 goals is that the goal number 16. Yes, the keynote speakers spoke about these goals are interconnected with other goals, and it is very difficult to achieve the goal number 16 unless we achieve other goals, including goal number 1, no poverty, no hunger, good health, access to energy, environment, sustainable production, consumption, etc. In order to achieve these goals, institutions play an important role, that too multilateral organizations like United Nations. And also member countries need to establish institutions to achieve these goals. Let me take you to the context in which the world is living here. Yes, you all know that recent developments, geopolitical developments that are unraveling, America has already removed the head of the Venezuela, and America is trying to take over Greenland. If you look at why this geopolitical situation is taking place, this is mainly due to the competition among the large countries like Russia, China, and United States. They are the toughest and competitive rivalries to have a hegemony or control or having the power to control the world. So when you want to control the world, you need some strategies, you need some resources. These resources in the 21st century play an important role. These resources including energy and technology. They are the dominant players in the 21st century, that too under the conditions of climate change. So the geopolitical led economic conflicts continue to serve as the root cause for the many regional conflicts, economic uncertainty, and unsustainable development throughout the world. Geo-economic forces under the influence of capitalism shape the global order. The geopolitical situation is influenced by the geo-economic factors. So the economic hegemony or strength is applied as leverage to achieve strategic geopolitical goals. So the economics plays an important role in order to achieve the geopolitical strength or geopolitical power. Nations opted to pursue the national interest against the objectives of the global interest. If you look at America now focuses on its own growth, that is America first, quote and unquote. Whereas China, it focuses on China development. Whereas Russia and other countries, they have become more self-interested than achieve the global peace, global security, and global sustainable development. So this is the environment. This is the situation we can find throughout the world nowadays. How Russia has attacked Ukraine basically to secure the energy. Why USA is attacking Greenland or Venezuela to secure the energy. Why China wants to grab the resources from Africa and other countries, even South Asian countries, because it wants to secure its energy as well as have South-South global cooperation. Likewise, the economic power, that is the main reason for this geopolitical development. So the long-standing rule-based international order under the mandate of multilateral institutions and agreements is fast collapsing and the world order under UNO is disappearing. The UNO is unable to control or even prevent the wars between the nations. So this is the situation of the UNO, and the United States of America has withdrawn from many such organizations, including WHO, World Health Organization, recently. The UNO failed to prevent also stop ongoing war among nations, Russia and Ukraine, Israel and Palestine, and recently war between Israel and Iran. The breakdown of the United Nations led Paris Climate Agreement enhanced the risks and uncertainty for the future of the earth on the other hand. And the supply chain disruptions in trade continues as WTO, World Trade Organization, failed to prevent imposing unilateral tariff by USA, that is 50% tariff on India, for example, under the President Donald Trump on member countries. The US, Russia and China are on strategic move to dominate the world, as the world is strategically driven by artificial intelligence or technology and the energy. So the economic productivity led by technology and energy security under the influence of climate change continues to impact the world order today. So these are the two important factors, technology and energy. They are the driving force for all this geopolitical situation that is unraveling day by day. So therefore, countries want to secure their future with new technology, such as semiconductors and artificial intelligence among them, and new energy resources, such as rare earth materials. Rare earth materials including monazite, cobalt, and uranium are vital for modern technology, including smartphones, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Trump has already occupied Venezuela, which possesses significantly large untapped reserves of various rare earth materials, including potential deposits of rare earth elements. Greenland holds an estimated 1.5 million metric tons of rare earth reserves. Over 60% of the world's rare earth elements are mined in China, and the China possesses more than 90% of them. So this is the main reason for USA to occupy some of these lands where the rare earth materials deposits are very, very high. The reserves are very high. So at the same time, China wants to become a economic powerhouse in the coming days, replacing the USA. USA has around 30 trillion US dollar, and China right now it is moving towards 25 trillion US dollar economy. So China at any time it can replace the USA, but USA is not in a position to get that second position in the world. So economically it wants to become more powerful, and at the same time geographically, if combines USA with Greenland, it can be geographically higher than the China. So this is how the ideas are coming up among the bureaucrats, among the rulers in USA to secure America. In this context, the peace economics, I am going to focus, plays an important role to prevent and resolve economic-led conflicts in the world by identifying the new sources of growth which are long-lasting. The analysis in the peace economics about the cause and effects of violent economic conflicts in the world and ways to avoid economic conflicts conforms with the UN SDG 16 in promoting inclusive and sustainable development. Therefore, my talk will be focusing on how to unravel the root causes of the present contested world, how the geopolitical situation is influenced by geoeconomics, and offers possible strategy to realize inclusive and sustainable development based on the framework and principles of peace economics. If you look at the conflicts which are unraveling, Mahatma Gandhi said, peace is the most powerful weapon for mankind to achieve their maximum capacities. So when peace exists in a country, in a house, in the mind, we can do better things. So therefore, Mahatma Gandhi said, peace is the most powerful weapon for mankind to achieve anything. Peace acts as catalyst for economic development. Peace is the foundation for societies to thrive for welfare. There is always strong, intricate connection between economics and peace. So economics Nobelist John Tinbergen defines peace economics as economic science used for a purpose that prohibits war as an instrument of settling conflicts between nations and to organize the world in a way that warfare is punished. So the Tinbergen, who got Nobel Prize, he propounded a theory or propounded a peace economics where he says that war is not the answer to achieve the peace. That was the question one was asking, whether the war can be acting as a tool to achieve peace. So war cannot be considered as a tool to achieve peace, but United States of America thinks that war can achieve peace. A strength can achieve peace, like that. So conflicts worldwide have become very common and deep-rooted. Political camouflage is always there. No more politics, please. Russia has occupied the Ukraine. USA is trying to occupy several countries and it wants to rule the country without occupying. And China wants to rule through various political camouflage. So economic reasons, economic insecurity and inequality, it is also causing one of the hidden conflict among the countries of the world. So if you look at the recent developments in Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bangladesh, even in Iran, one of the reasons for conflicts are civil rights, civil disobedience is that unemployment. Unemployment and economic insecurities are the reasons for these civil rights. So at the same time, there is also one more reason called natural resource degradation, that is climate change has also led to conflict throughout the world in terms of natural disasters, in terms of wildfire, in terms of floods, in terms of ocean rising and destruction of biodiversity, etc. So in this way, the world is moving in the direction which is more destructive than the constructive, or it is moving towards unsustainable development rather than sustainable development, which excludes many societies and it results in conflicts. When you don't have economic security, then it results in conflicts. So there is one book called Why Nations Fail. They have clearly explained why economics of peace is very important. Economics of peace as a concept deals with economic stability, conflict resolution and global prosperity. Pursuit of peace can help economic renaissance and world development after Second World War. You know that Japan was completely ruined by Hiroshima and Nagasaki nuclear disasters, nuclear war. And Japan has risen to a new strength, economic strength. And Germany, for example, there was a divide between Germany, socialistic and democratic Germany, and there was a German wall. And so these conflicts sometimes results in faster economic development. Sometimes it also leads to disasters. So military expenditure during the Cold War and after end of Cold War between Soviet Union and USA, that led to creation of these type of countries. And peace, stability, and security always restores investors' confidence and movement of labor and capital. So therefore, peace is very important for any economic development, faster economic development. Why nations? Therefore, multilateral organizations have been created after the Second World War, including United Nations, World Bank, IMF, WTO, earlier it was GATT, WHO, FAO, UNEP, IPCC, UNESCO. There are several multilateral organizations which strive for peace, conflict resolution, and inclusive societies and sustainable development. In this book, Why Nations Fail, the James Robinson explains economists like Darren and James A. Robinson jointly received the 2024 Nobel Economics Prize along with others for their contribution in comparative studies of prosperity between nations. They applied institutional economics, development economics, and economic history to understand why nations develop differently. Why some nations succeeded in the accumulation of power and prosperity and others failed. They emphasized the role of state and institutions in economic prosperity. As long as the state and the institutions do not serve everyone, but only an exploitative elite, it is very difficult to achieve economic development for the entire nation. If you look at the if you look at the inequality in income and wealth, that is the major reason for most of the conflicts which are arising throughout the world. I will offer some of the suggestions how to tackle this inequality and in wealth and income. So democracy as an institute plays an important role as growth factor. If you look at the democratic countries, they are fast growing because peace exists when institutions are very strong. Democracy as an institution, we can achieve more growth. Among the developmental narratives, Amartya Sen has given a beautiful ideas. Development as freedom is the expansion of the capabilities of an individual so that he can lead the kind of life he values. So, peace exists when freedom exists. So, development can exist when freedom and peace both can go together. Therefore, human capabilities can be better exploited, better utilized when freedom and peace exist in the country through democratic principles. So political freedoms and transparency in relations to between people, freedom of opportunity, including freedom to access credit and economic protection from abject poverty, including through income supplements and unemployment relief. So basic universal income was one of the idea to overcome these uninclusive societies. So 5 guarantees in Karnataka, they are considered to be a universal basic income. And therefore, you know that I am part of the expert committee on asset monetization. We estimated why the income in Karnataka is rising because of all these 5 guarantees, and per capita income is one of the highest among the Indian states. So likewise, Sen's ideas is the poverty and development should be seen as terms of referring to someone's freedom, while higher income certainly allows someone to have more freedom to do what they want in life and to be living without serious material deprivation. So the same thought was given by the founder of our constitution, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. He wants to achieve social justice and empowerment for all the people. Then only a country can be viewed as developed. So banker to the poor, you know that Muhammad Yunus, he also tried how peace can be achieved through economic means, that is credit to all the people, that microfinance. So banker to the poor, micro lending and the battle against world poverty. UNO's revolutionary approach empowered millions of world's poorest people, especially women, to break free from the vicious cycle of poverty. So he found that conventional banking systems were fundamentally flawed in their approach to aiding the poor. So Banker to the Poor not only challenges conventional financial wisdom, but also illuminates the indomitable spirit of human resilience and the power of an idea to change the world. So these are all the ways in which we can achieve peace through economic security or economic resilience. Another book by Abhijit V. Banerjee and Esther Duflo, they also received Nobel Prize for their work on in Africa. Poor Economics, their book, A Radical Thinking of the Way to Fight Global Poverty. Poor Economics lays out a middle ground between purely market-based solution to global poverty versus grand developmental plans. So they understood long back that the capitalism as a means of economic policy that cannot achieve inclusive growth. Therefore, they always, other than market economy, they argued for a governmental plans for achieving the sustainable development and also alleviation of poverty. So why would a man in Morocco who does not have enough to eat buy a television? This was the question they asked. Why people buy mobile rather than investing the same money on something else, creating assets? So why is so hard for children in poor areas to learn even when they attend school? Because there are children who, even today, they suffer from malnutrition. Even though they go to school, they do not study. Because governments have established midday meals schemes. So these are all the issues, economic reasons that can be considered in the policy for achieving the peace, achieving the security, achieving the sustainable development, achieving the inclusive societies. So why do the poorest people in the Indian state of Maharashtra spend 7% of their food budget on sugar? So these are all the questions the young students, should know. Why humans behave in such certain way, and that really helps us to achieve sustainable development, achieve inclusive societies, likewise. So another book by Joseph Stiglitz, The Road to Freedom, Economics and the Good Society. He talks about in this book, The Road to Freedom, Joseph Stiglitz considers the relationship between capitalism and freedom, evaluating democracy, economics, and what constitutes a good society. In this book, very interesting book, he analyzes the institutions like capitalism, democracy, and good society. So capitalism is based on exploiting the weak and wreaking havoc on workers, the environment, and our ethical system. He found that capitalism is the root cause for all geopolitical situation I just explained in the previous slides. The rich countries exploit the poor countries. For example, China exploits African countries and it extracts all the resources. America exploits other countries. Russia exploits other countries through their military and economic hegemony powers. According to Stiglitz, all of them claim that markets are self-regulating, offering the best protection to consumers and workers and maximizing per capita economic growth. The reality, he says that, is the opposite. Their ideology has legitimized freedom for the few at the expense of the many. So Stiglitz has mathematically proven through his academic articles to be simply wrong. Most markets are inefficient, exploit workers and customers, and are based on property laws that favor big business. So he clearly mentioned that how this capitalism work for 1% in the, for the rich people, for the 1%, by the 1%, and of the 1%, and how all the workers are serving the capitalist that creates the dualistic world, that is the rich and the poor. And even he mentioned that we have lost the freedom because whatever goods and resources we want to buy, they are not available in the market. Whatever they produce, we need to purchase. So we have lost our freedom. In this way, they explain, they understand how this world geopolitically moving and how this capitalistic market is more exploitative in nature. So these are all some of the examples, violent uprising in Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and others. I don't want to. So if you look at the Global Peace Index 2025, the average level of countries' peacefulness deteriorating by 0.36% in the year 2025. This is the 6th consecutive year that global peacefulness has deteriorated. Look at the economic cost of this conflict. The global economic impact of violence was $19.97 trillion. It is equivalent to China's economy, China's GDP. In constant PPP, purchasing power parity terms, in 2024, equivalent to 11.6% of the global GDP, or $2,455 per person, equivalent to India's per capita GDP, per capita income in terms of dollar. This is the, what you call it as, the conflict, which is creating cost. So geopolitical fragmentation has substantially increased. This is most noticeable on the relations between neighboring states, indicators. So you can go through those reports, and I don't want to elaborate in detail because of lack of time. So these are the problems associated with various regions. The conflicts are rising, and these are all the indicators, score and rank. India stands at, India stands at 100, where is it, India? 115 rank. So it means that there is a growing conflict within the society. If you look at the Assam conflict and other conflicts which are taking place in India also, because they are originated basically because of livelihood issues, unemployment, and others. So the economic impact of violence, military expenditure is increasing, internal security expenditure is also increasing, private securities are increasing, homicides are increasing, suicides, violent crime, refugee and IDPs are increasing, GDP losses, fear, conflict, deaths. So the world is witnessing so many conflicts in terms of these categories. Another conflict is that the violation of our nature-based rules, and climate change is the biggest threat to our existence. Because of climate change, the temperature is rising, there is a influence of disasters, frequent disasters are taking place, and the temperature is going to increase 1 degree Celsius by 2040, and it may increase to 2 degrees Celsius unless governments act as per the IPCC reports. And these are all the reports that states that the increasing use of fossil fuels, that such as gas, coal, and petrol, they are the reasons for increasing level of temperature. That is also causing the conflicts throughout the world. If you look at this bar diagram, the red bar shows that the temperature is increasing over a period of time, and coal, oil, and gas is also used by almost all the countries that are the energy security is the biggest issue for the sustainability of the world, and therefore all our political, geopolitical reasons are surrounded or embedded based on the access to these resources. Why Russia is attacking Ukraine is that basically to have oil, access to oil. Why USA is attacking other countries, including earlier Iraq, Iran, and other countries? Because of oil. So total energy consumption, if you look at China, United States, and India, it is increasing over a period of time because of they are the biggest economies. And as a result, the CO2 emissions are also increasing. Increasing energy use in, if you look at South Asia, 24% of the global energy is consumed by the China alone itself. So energy use per capita is increasing. Energy consumption in India is also increasing over a period of time. And this is the one of the reasons for there is a economic cost of climate change. As per the Stern report, Nicholas Stern, he estimated around 5 to 10% of the GDP will be spent on disaster management because of climate change. So the poor countries are facing highest. I'm doing that. So natural disasters are increasing over the period of time. The flood risks are increasing, and in India it is a tropical country. Therefore, the frequency of disasters are increasing because of cyclones. And on the other hand, the countries of the world are exploiting more fossil fuels. Instead of facing down, it is facing up. And fossil fuel production is continued till 2050. And even various COP 29 and 30, they try to mitigate the climate change, but there is lack of cooperation among the countries. As a result, the climate change continue to be the reality, and it is going to be the disastrous for all of us in the coming days. What are the issues and concerns? There is a lack of commitment on the part of the government in terms of fixing the target every year. There is no allocation of budget exclusive for climate policy, and economic resilience needs to be developed among the economically vulnerable community. And these are all the. So Joseph Stiglitz has explained why the capitalism has failed to create equitable opportunities. And there is a mounting concern about the increase in inequality and lack of opportunity under capitalism, and how these twin trends are changing our economies, our democratic politics, and our societies. He argued that inequality is bad for the economy and calls for redistribution of income. So in this way, they have highlighted the problems of this country. So what is the way? So SDG 16 is the vital institutional framework under United Nations organization to promote peace, justice, inclusive, and sustainable development is vital. Rule-based institutions at the global level with compliance by the member countries is essential for the global peace, security, inclusive societies, and sustainable development. The energy needs of the world needs to be addressed collectively, and technological disruptions should not hinder the peace and security. And the geopolitical and geo-economic issues need to be addressed through negotiation and mediation by the countries under the umbrella of United Nations. The countries of the world need to strengthen the multilateralism like United Nations organization, ensure energy security, and tackle climate through cooperation and agreements. Economic reforms under capitalism, as I explained earlier, they have created more problem. Instead of creating, they believe more on man-made and human capital rather than natural capital. That is the reason for climate change. There is an urgent need to recognize and value the role of nature and its resources for the survival of the people and sustenance of the economy. So there is an urgent need to make development sustainable and equitable one to present and also future generation, keeping in the mind. Therefore, limited consumption and responsible production are the answer to all the problems the humanity faces today. No greedy. The greed is causing more problem, and therefore countries' geopolitical situations are based on this greed. So the humanity faces today from scarcity of basic environmental goods and services to pollution of the environment such as climate change. So restoring the ecosystem, reduce the conflicts and adopt sustainable development models are need of the hours. Therefore, Gandhiji said that Mahatma Gandhiji's principle of non-violence and truthfulness, simplicity, self-reliance and compassion remain not only relevant but also essential for the establishment of an inclusive and sustainable society. So there are also other messages given by Mahatma Gandhi. The Mother Nature is kind enough to fulfill all our genuine needs and she is not able to fulfill our greeds. We need to keep that one in mind. So there is enough in the world for everyone's need but not for everyone's greed. So in this way, humanity must learn to live within the limitations of the physical environment, then only this world, this globe can be more secure, more peaceful, more inclusive, more sustainable. So these are some of the articles I used to write for the government, for the policy making and institutional building. And thank you one and all for your patient hearing.
Yes, Sir has provided us with a deep and timely insight into the evolving global order shaped by geopolitics, geoeconomics, and economic conflicts. Of course, the discussion which highlighted how economic power, technology, energy security, and climate change are redefining international relations and challenging the foundations of multilateral cooperation. I can summarize his entire presentation into three important points. Number one, development and peace are interrelated or interlinked. It is very clear. He has given so many examples for this. Secondly, inequality that fuels the conflict. What is the basic reason for conflict? It is nothing but inequality. And the third one is institutions matters more than income. Earlier, inequality was discussed in the light of income, but actually these days inequality that we have to redefine accordance with the institutions. Under these understandings, this floor is open for your questions, and we have a limited time, so 2-3 questions that you can ask. I think Sir will give us further insight into the same topic. Thank you.
Therefore, they don't have questions.
Yes. Mike, please.
Sir, thank you for the talk. Your talk has provoked in me two questions. The first question is, how rational are government freebies for a sustainable economy, keeping the fiscal stress in mind? And the second question is, you started with bringing our focus to the world's focus towards Greenland and its unearthed resources. I would like to bring your focus on our Greenland, that is the Western Ghats, and its unearthed resources, keeping its urban expansion and the green cover laws. Do you feel there is an implementation deficit in India's environmental regulatory framework?
Questions. First one, the fiscal strain due to implementation of 5 guarantees. You know that economy on 1st February, Government of India is going to present the budget. The budget always comprises two sectors. One is supply, another one is demand. One is production, another one is consumption. Or supply side economics and demand side economics. So the government at the center always used to promote promote development through supply side economics. Supply side means build more roads, invest on infrastructure, and that will create more employment, that will percolate to the societies. That is purely capitalism. If you look at the inequality, growing income and wealth inequality throughout the world, it is highest in India. So keeping in mind, and also in the backdrop of COVID-19, most of the people have lost their jobs. So the government which came after the COVID-19, they have thought of implementing demand side management to create effective demand. That is a J.M. Keynes idea, dig the hole and fill the hole, or Mahatma Gandhi Narega program was there, now it is replaced. These are all some of the programs, they are meant for creating demand from the society perspective. So when people have money, they buy something, then that will go to production and that will create employment, looking at from demand side perspective. I explained it in the beginning, there is certainly a fiscal constraint. The fiscal constraint is not due to implementation of these 5 guarantees, but due to tax sharing, GST tax sharing. Even if you look at today's article written by Chief Minister Siddaramaiah in Prajavani, he explained why the southern states have been deprived of the income that is legally or constitutionally they should be transferred. Therefore, he has written an open letter to the government of India to announce in the 16th Finance Commission that more shares should be given to the southern states. So in this way, we can't say that fiscal strain is happening due to implementation of 5 guarantees. It is due to various reasons. If you look at central government is waiving off many corporate loans. So this can be understood from the micro and macro economic and supply and demand perspective. This first one. Second one is that at micro level and at macro level, at the national level and international level, the resources are being exploited. Whether it is the Western Ghats or whether it is Amazon forest, whether it is Greenland, it is the resource that matters for development. In this context, you know that there are 2 reports, Kasturi Rangan report and Madhav Gadgil report, that have different approaches to manage Western Ghats. So one of the approaches is that how to manage Western Ghats without affecting the what do you call it as ecologically sensitive zones, creating ecological sensitive zones likewise. So of course, we the economists or environmental economists, we argue always that these Western Ghats should be conserved as it is. And the alternative livelihood opportunities should be created for the those people who are living in Western Ghats. But it is the Western Ghats rural areas, they have to take a call, whether they want development or they can have alternative development. So this is larger economy versus local economy issues need to be resolved properly. Otherwise, this will continue. But in case of geopolitical context, it is the energy and technology, they are drivers of the economic development. So why technology? Technology is artificial intelligence, for example, semiconductors. They are reducing the labor participation in the job. It means that they want to earn more profit by replacing the laborers and using the more technology. So mechanization is taking place. So the capitalism thrives on profit. So therefore they want to use more technology. So the technology is driving the economic development throughout the world. Of course, energy. So in order to make economic development, energy is more important. Energy is moving in the direction that we want to reduce the fossil fuel consumption. We have to go for the non-renewable energy. When you want to produce non-renewable energy, we need all these rare earth materials, cobalt, and you might have seen the movie called Avatar, how people move from Earth to another planet to bring the cobalt. So likewise, it is the USA, it wants to secure its future by grabbing the Greenland, and Greenland, as I mentioned, 1.5 million tons of rare earth materials. So this is how geopolitical and geoeconomics are taking place.
Yes, next question.
Hello. Rex here, sir. Our multilateral organizations like World Bank, IMF, and WTO, an institution that promote justice, inclusivity, and capacity building, as Amartya Sen would say, because if the countries were to be a part of IMF, WTO, or World Bank, it comes with certain terms and conditions. So for the global South countries, it becomes a burden, in terms of their development. So thus, participating or being part of these multilateral organizations or institutions, does it promote justice, inclusivity, and capacity building? And if no, can you suggest alternative to tackle and promote inclusive growth?
Yeah, very interesting question given the present situation. So I always used to criticize these multilateral organizations because some of the multilateral organizations, as you rightly mentioned, World Bank, WTO, IMF, they always favor capitalism, that is faster economic growth. Whereas United Nations organizations like UNEP, United Nations Environment Program, IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, WHO, and others, they favor sustainable development. That is more society-oriented development, that is inclusive development and peaceful development. But these two set of organizations, their ideas, their principles do not match. They do not go together. This is creating more conflicts. This is creating more problems for this world. So therefore, there should be always, all these institutions should work for the one goal, that is sustainable development, that can ensure peaceful existence of the people. So there is alternative force which is going to emerge under the leadership of China. I recently went to China. I was speaking in the 10th Global Think Tank Innovation Forum, where the China wants to mobilize countries, South countries, in its fold, and it is strategically mobilizing these forces to fight against the USA. So these strategies we need to understand. Ultimately, as mentioned in the Mahatma Gandhi's message, ethics plays an important role. So unless you have humanity in your approach, ethics, you just cannot have a peaceful world or inclusive world or sustainable world. So more philanthropists should come and they should lead the countries of the world rather than capitalists like Trump and others. Then only we can solve these problems.
Yes, one last question.
Yes, good afternoon. So I actually had a question for you. Today with capitalism exploiting the lives of the weak and benefiting only a few, that is those who have the power to control their businesses as well as their workers. How would you enforce socialism in a more effective manner?
Very difficult question, because the capitalists are rolling and they do not simply allow any governments to follow rules against them. For example, recently we wrote an article way back in 2022 how these two airlines, one is Air India and Indigo, they are becoming a monopoly or duopoly. If there are two, duopoly, almost monopoly. They are controlling the whole India, almost 90%. So recently what happened, because of some issue, flights have been cancelled and the rates have gone up, and from Delhi to Bangalore it is 40,000. So this is capitalism. Capitalism always finds an opportunity to exploit and make money. But governments, they are not in a position to control them. Governments have failed to control these monopolies. So one of the ways to control these monopolies is to create more airlines. Bring more airlines, then there will be competition. So competition should be more fair, and there should not be more discriminatory in the practices. So basically markets are viewed as gods. Gods means that they create equitable society, all the resources will trickle down to last person, all will get employment, all will be fine. But that is not so. So when markets fail, it is the duty of the government to intervene and bring equitable society. So therefore, the governments, basically, which are controlled by the capitalist, we call it crony capitalism, just like Trump is a capitalist, has become a ruler. Now in India, we have capitalists who are ruling the country. If you look at the electoral bond, who has given money to these political parties? All these corporates, isn't it? They basically rule the country. So in this way, we need to understand this, the nexus between capitalists and politicians. So in China, at least I appreciate the Socialistic Party, even though they favor capitalism, but decision has been taken by the Communist Party of China. So there is some distance between capitalists and the rulers. But here, the capitalists themselves, they rule the country, that the socialism cannot operate. So therefore, we need to watch the market, we need to create awareness, we need to bring equitable societies through negotiations and creating more institutions. And see, at least I appreciate Americans. Throughout the America, there is agitation which is going on. You look at the people's awareness about these misdeeds of Trump. But in case of other countries, all are tolerating. So ultimately, it is the people who have to realize and fight against these type of wrong policy decisions.
Yeah, thank you so much. I do have so many questions. I'll ask you personally due to time constraints. Let me sincerely appreciate Professor Krishna Raj, the resource person for this session, for presenting these complex global issues with the clarity and depth. Ultimately, he said peace is an economic aspect, and we have to find out solution for economic problems so that peace will automatically come. When we compare the Global Peace Index, 2024, our place, India's place was in 116. Now, 2025, it is 115. There is an improvement in this piece, actually. Yes. So, let me, once again express our heartfelt thanks to the resource person on behalf of School of Arts and Humanities and St. Aloysius deemed to be university for sharing his valuable insights and for making this session intellectually rewarding and impactful. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the wonderful interaction. I now request the moderator to offer a memento to the speaker as a symbol of respect and appreciation. Thank you, sir. With this, we come to the end of the technical session and paper presentation certificate during the valedictory ceremony happening tomorrow. Students are requested to give their attendance outside the hall. Lunch will be served at Sahodaya Hall near the parking lot. Participants are requested to return on time as the technical session 2 will commence at 1:30 p.m. Thank you. The technical session 2 will commence at 1:40.
a Saturday. A regular crowd shuffles in. There's an old man sitting next to me, making love to his tin. He says, son, can you play me a memory? I'm not really sure how it goes, but it's sad and it's sweet, and I knew it complete when I wore a younger man's clothes. La 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 li li da, la la li li da da da. Sing us a song, you're the piano man. Sing us a song tonight. Well, we're all in the mood for a melody, and you've got us feeling alright. Now John at the bar is a friend of mine. He gets me my drinks for free, and he's quick with a joke or to light up your smoke, but there's some place that he'd rather be. He says, Bill, I believe this is killing me, as a smile ran away from his face. Well, I'm sure that I could be a movie star if I could get out of this place. Oh, la 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 di di da, la la di di da da da. Now Paul is a real estate novelist who never had time for a wife, and he's talking with David, who's still in the Navy and probably will be for life. And the way
Good afternoon, everyone. A very warm and pleasant afternoon to our respected dignitaries, resource person, faculty members, and my dear friends. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the technical session 2 on the theme Divine, One and Multiple, Religions in Search of Peace, Harmony and Integration, organized by the School of Arts and Humanities. We are truly honored to have such a distinguished resource person with us today, Reverend Dr. Joachim Andrade, and we are confident that this session will be both enlightening and inspiring for everyone present here. Without any further delay, may I now request our respected moderator, Dr. Charles V. Furtado, Director, Admin Block, St. Aloysius deemed to be University, to kindly escort our esteemed resource person, Reverend Dr. Joachim Andrade, to the dais. I now invite Dr. Charles V. Furtado to formally introduce and extend a warm welcome to today's resource person, Reverend Dr. Joachim Andrade.
Thank you. Respected resource person, Reverend Dr. Joachim Andrade, scholars both from within our university and from outside, our guests, and all our dear students. Those of you who are here from the morning inaugural already know the importance of the topic that has been chosen to deliberate upon. And religion has always been very conspicuous in human life and living. I will not take too much time in the beginning. My task basically is to introduce the esteemed resource person of this session. But I would also like to say that this topic is something which is the need of the hour. The topic as we see it, divine, one and multiple, religions in search of peace, harmony, and integration. I think the operative words there are peace, harmony, and integration. All of us who are in this room belong to one category or the other. We might be theists, atheists, agnostics, but whatever it is, I think basically we all believe in creation and creator. And we usually ascribe 3 adjectives when we talk about the creator: omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent. And all of us are diverse. And the moment we talk about diversity, we talk about celebrating our differences. And we also should remind ourselves that all of us live in this world, on earth, where all of us have an equal right to live. And most importantly, we are all neighbors in one way or the other. And for neighbors to live in peace, in harmony, it is imperative that we learn how to celebrate our differences and also be proud of what we are. So on this note, I would like to introduce our esteemed resource person, who is from Mangalore and is a member of the Society of the Divine Word. He has traveled a lot. He is somebody who has studied philosophy and theology. Initially at Gnanadeepa Vidyapeeth Pontifical Institute of Pune, and holds a degree in history from the University of Mysore. I find him a very interesting personality by his diverse interests. He has specialized in classical Indian dance, Bharatanatyam, in the Gyan Ashram Institute of Performing Arts, Mumbai, India. He has a wealth of experience in the academic and professional fields. I will just mention a few here. He is a professor at the Studium Theologicum, a professor of theology at the Faculty of Vincentian Fathers, a professor at the Pontifical Catholic University of Parana, professor at the Institute of Philosophy and Theology, Mater Ecclesiae, and it goes on. What this tells us is, Father has erudition, but at the same time, he is somebody who is able to be interdisciplinary. I see a lot of interest in geography, a lot of interest in science, alongside theology and philosophy. So he is somebody who is able to build bridges. And I think it is right that he is with us as the resource person for such an important topic, which is the need of the hour, as I said in the beginning. Something which will help us to understand the world that we are living in today, and also understand the situation we are in, and also understand what we should do to see that the world is a better place for all of us. He has also translated. That means he's a linguist who is good at many languages. And he's somebody who I'm sure has been showing interest in diverse fields and has been trying to bring people together as one. So without further taking up of time, I would like to thank him for being here in this international conference and welcome him once again to St. Aloysius University, a temple of learning and hallowed ground where we have a legacy of 145 years now. So I'm sure all our students are very enthusiastically and earnestly waiting to listen to you. Dear students, this is the post-lunch session, and I'm glad that all of you came forward and sat within, what can I say, proximity of the resource person. And I'm sure all of you will listen and later will also try to clarify whatever doubts might arise. And if you want to add something to the discussion, you're also welcome. And once again, on all our behalf, on behalf of the entire audience here, I would like to extend a very warm welcome and hand over the mic to our resource person.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, respected professors, and I'm very much grateful, Dr. Rose Veera, to invite me to this international conference. And in the morning, Dr. Shanti gave a wide perspective from the social, anthropological point of view, the situations of women, the society as well, in the world at large. And the second session was the economic perspective about our own, how we can establish peace and harmony in the world. And now I would like to highlight from the religious perspective. Of course, as I have been introduced, I'm in Mangalorean, but living in Brazil for about more than 30 years, more time in Brazil than in India. Therefore, I would like to highlight some of the issues, not at a local level, but international level, which the religion is a part of our own life, as it has been said in the introduction. So I shall put across some of my ideas how we can really use and make use of the religious aspect to establish this harmony, peace, and integration among ourselves. Okay. There is a Upanishad, Isha Upanishad, one quote, fullness everywhere, from fullness originates the fullness. When fullness originates from fullness, fullness remains. I think that is a beautiful point of departure for our session here. The wholeness. Whole is connected with the different parts. So each and every religion connects this whole. Points of departure, I would like to put across here 3 viewpoints. I would like to take one Brazilian, one Indian, and one general. Then I would like to speak of religious diversity, why we are one and the same time we are different and multiple, and which brings us the evolutionary process, different authors, different scientists, what they speak about religions, and finally current proposals of religion which they bring about peace and harmony. They have got an objective. How it has been established, I would like to put across here. One of the viewpoints is of Guimarães Rosa, one of the Brazilian poets. Put across in a simple way, he was taking in a boat ride some of the scholars of religion, and he speaks as a simple man. You see, what I think about the most, test and explain. Everyone is crazy speaking about religion. You, me, us, all the people are the ones who mainly lack religion to go crazy. Prayer is what saves you from madness. In general, this is what the salvation of the soul. A lot of religion. You boy, I don't miss the occasion of religion. I take advantage of all of them. I drink water from every river. Just one river may not be enough for me. I pray as a Catholic Christian. I accept the prayers of my cousin, their religion, Spiritism of Allan Kardec. Maybe in our context, Hinduism, Islam, other religions, we drink water from every river, every religion. That ties our bonds. That is a Brazilian perspective. And the Indian perspective, in one of the villages, religious teacher was telling, one day there was a large crowd in his preaching. Diverse religious traditions gathered to listen to him. A man in the crowd asked him, Master, what is the goal of all religions? The master replied, as the water has its source at the top of the mountain, and it turns into several rivers flowing to the sea. In the same way, the one God is seen from different angles and by different people. Thus, the various religions are created and founded by human beings, but each religion has a purpose of reaching a single God. Only the rules are different. The third perspective, it is a different authors. One of them is Bede Griffiths, one Benedictine monk who lived in India, is in British. He says, I need to be a Hindu. I need to be a Buddhist, Jain, Zoroastrian, a Sikh, Muslim, and a Jew. Only in this way I will be able to know the truth and find the point of reconciliation in all the religions. Raymond Panica, one Spaniard and is also Indian, dual citizenship, he says, I left as a Christian, found myself as a Hindu, or returned as a Buddhist without ever cease to be a Christian. And finally, Paul Nitter. In our times, religious people must be religious in the interreligious way. To walk your own path of faith, we need to walk with the people of the different paths. So these are all the different people from the different cultures, different continents, speaking of the same thing. Our thrust, our objective is similar. Therefore, how this diversity, one God, is seen as in a multiple way. That is where I introduce the geography. Geography is one of the finest points to get to know our diversity. As you know, our world, our planet, Earth planet, has got different passages. We have desert, we have fertile land, we have mountains, we have coastal region, as well as the forest. And each region determines the specific cosmovision and the construction of religious content, cultural identity, and impact on our own senses. For example, here you find, as per the region, the humans develop specific relations through their own senses. Those who are from the desert, the Middle East or Africa, Northern Africa, nothing grows. So they are attuned to whatever happens on the skies, in the heavens. So the audition aspect, hearing aspect, and listening aspect they have built up. So the Bible we say the Word of God, Quran, Word of God. It means God speaks, we listen. And the same thing doesn't happen in terms of Hindu religions, which are in the fertile land. Hinduism, Confucianism, Taoism, Buddhism, they have grown in the Gangetic belt, and the vision has been developed. Our own deities in the temples, they have got big eyes. Darshan dena, darshan lena. I see the deity and deity sees me, and with which I establish a relationship with the God. That belongs to the fertile region, as well as forest. Amazon forest, for example, we feel, we touch. These two senses are developed. Mountains, seeing and feeling. Coastal region, taste and touch. So this is a specific area. Because of the diversity of the geography, people have developed their own senses through which they have created the religions. Therefore, we have the differences, different kind of religions. Fertile land, humans tend to fix in one place. They don't move. Mobility is hardly experienced. The land offers everything, easy and comfortable life. So therefore, silence, yoga, all these things and all developed in this region. And if you see the mountains, sources of living, the stock or some of the animals, some fruit trees, agriculture in a small scale. Life is difficult, but then they have sufficient to eat. So therefore, the God hides behind the mountains, and also sun and moon appears and disappears. God is present and God is absent. This experience we have from these regions. coastal region, for example, fishing. People go for fishing. The man goes and the woman stays in the house. There is a thunder and heavy rains. Then the lady prays, please save my husband. And the husband also prays, please, God, allow me how to reach to the coast. So this kind of experience of hope has been developed in these regions. And finally, the forest area, sources of living is hunting. Hunting, products of some trees, and people live in that silence. It is a thick forest. For example, indigenous people we have in the Amazon region, so they live constantly in touch with the silence of the forest, the spirits of the forest. And finally, desert. As I said, in the Middle East, we find scarcity of food. Nothing grows. Therefore, people have to move one place to the other because only the sand we find. Groups are normally, they are nomadic and they are violent. And these areas, our religions are born. Judaism, Christianity, Islam, they are born in the desert atmosphere. Hinduism, Buddhism, Confucianism, they are born in the fertile land atmosphere. And Zoroastrianism in the mountainous region of Iran, or some of the religions, smaller religions, in the areas we find mountains or cold areas of Siberia, or the northern part of Europe, and including we find some of the African religions. They are building up between the desert as well as in the fertile land. Thus, we have the diversity. We are different. Religiously, we are different, not because we think, because of the geographical situation which we experience. Therefore, one phase, and you can find within that phase several phases. Multiple, divine is one, at the same time is multiple. Human beings are in this divine, we could say. The chronological path of the humanity, you see, in the beginning, they were the fruit pickers, gathering the fruit. Second stage was hunting the animals and fishing. And the third, round about 1000 years BC, domestication of the animals. Jericho, they say the Jericho must have been the oldest city which has got 10,000 years BC. So we could find there they started the domestication of animals. Then the stage conducive to nomadic culture, agriculture dimension of settling the space, industrialization round about 1500 with England and the technological advancement, and place of religions in these passages, how it was. So we got all the content from the axial period. Axial period around about 8000 to 200 BC. Karl Jaspers, he introduced. And in which the consciousness of human beings was transformed in a new religious consciousness of humanity emerged. The philosophical religious achievements of that time, China, 500 BC, Taoism and Confucianism, India, Buddha and the Upanishads, they were able to create anthropocentric idea within Hinduism, Persia, Zoroaster, Israel, the prophets, and the Greece, philosophy. Simultaneously, this consciousness was growing in the humanity. But then today, we are in a sophisticated era. We are in the technological, digital world. Will this religious content, which came in the agriculture atmosphere, does it make any sense in our times? So this is the question which we raise today. Therefore, most of the religions, majority of religions who are in crisis. Catholicism in Europe or in Brazil, we have got difficulty. Maybe a kind of the Islam in the Middle East, Tunis, from where started all the problems a few years ago. So it has got a little difficulty with their own identity in Middle East. Hinduism, in a way, it has becoming a little bit of conscious of late in India, and Buddhism in Southeast Asia. These phenomena we should be able to see, and they have become little introvert. Therefore, some of the elements destroying the peace and harmony in the world. With this, also we find today religions move. For example, I am Indian, being in Brazil for about 30 years. My own culture I lose, which is my identity. Am I an Indian today? Or it is a blending issue? Indian as well as Brazilian. But then when I go to Brazil, I carry some of my Indianness. So therefore, this movement between different ethnic groups, different religions to different continents brings about a new thought. Contact with the new religions, the former religion undergoes certain changes. The religious bond founded on personal choices and affinity with the religious leader, they go on changing. Religious migration, then the question of problem of preserving my own cultural roots, the old and the incorporating new. This is the issue of today. None of the cities today only of one culture. We have got multi-cultures, multi-religious atmospheres. Therefore we change, society change, India also changes, Brazil also changes, with which religions also change. Therefore, several authors brought some ideas as to how to go about. For example, Schillebax, one of the Dutch authors, he said, plurality is not just a matter of fact, but a matter of principle. If we warm up the diverse until it becomes one, we can hurt ourselves and mutilate the world. Logically and practically, multiplicity takes priority over unity. Thus, an evolutionary growth is perceived that one world in all things in its are evolutionary or in process. In other words, we are not in a state of being, but in a process of becoming. We are becoming all through. Therefore, this thought of priority, plurality, which brings about new ideas to us, which is the contemporary world faces difficulty in discovering the meaning of the whole, which I said, due to the proposals of modern life. We are in a hurry and our lives resolve in the orbit of utilitarianism, which makes us fragmented people capable of experiencing only fractions of the universe in which we are inserted. The experience of we underlines all the human communication as it points out an involvement of multiple dimensions, family, ethnic groups, culture, religion, and the society. And therefore, we need to get an idea of the whole. Whole is very important. Within that whole, all of us are in. Therefore, our thrust is here to bring about how can this one God can maintain all of us in his hold. That is what we call the whole. Therefore, some of the approaches some authors have given, Martin Buber, Mikhail Bakhtin, and Habermas. Three figures brought some ideas. What ideas? For example, Martin Buber, it is a paradigm of shift. This shift in a sense from the subject to the individual as a starting point of analysis, to social interaction as a primary reality from which subjects are formed, to interactive communication as a reality of human social being, from paradigm of philosophy of consciousness to that mutual understanding. So, he brings about some of the ideas. After the World War, First World War and Second World War, the Holocaust and ideology of preceding it, superiority and purity of a race, such superiority was also expressed in other parts of the world. Different kinds of oppositions we experienced here. So this movement which we had brought about new way of thinking about the religions, and the religions are also made use of how to put across the new ideas. Martin Buber, for example, Jewish theologian, the philosopher, and he says, I-thou relationship between man and man have a wide impact on the people of all faith. All journeys have secret destinations of which the traveler is unaware. Most of the times, we do not know. And he continues, Ish undu, or I and thou, presents thesis of human experience. So, three areas he puts across. Relationship at three levels, with nature, with men, with the spiritual beings. And everything begins with the relationships. I-thou relationship, persons, relationship between I and it, things, and also relationship between I-thou spiritual beings. And this is our reality today to establish our relationship here. And giving the continuity with Mikhailovich Bakhtin, is a Russian figure. He also brought about literary critic, Semitism, and a scholar, worked on theory, ethics, and philosophy, language, and he also brings about some thoughts for us. What are his thoughts? The movement of the time is guaranteed by the birth of generation after generation and never-ending succession that fills the God with fear. We are also relating such a way, keep the gods, our own gods, in fear. Continuing, it is not only the external apprehension of the body that needs the other, apprehension of our internal self is also seamlessly bound to someone else's perception. The body needs the other. And finally, I become myself only by revealing myself to the other through another with which another's help. Most impacts constitutive of self-consciousness are determined by their relation to the other consciousness. I-thou relationship. Continuing, the third figure, Habermas, he puts across also another idea. He was a disappointment over nationalistic authoritarian regimes may have contributed to the fact that today religions offer a new, subjectively more convincing language of the old political orientations. So he puts across three things. Anthropologically deep-seated interests of the human beings corresponding three categories of knowledge and rationality. in the technical control of the world around us. Our interest is to control the world, in understanding the other, and feeling ourselves from the structures of domination, how we feel these structures. Therefore, inter-religious dialogue between these religions leads to some of the universal identity. I would like to bring across here to wind up my session. You see, universal liturgy means different religions have got their own way of praying. Praying to bring about peace and harmony in the local context, with their own religious context, with which we built up our ties. The Christians, they say one God, one in three. One God is always in the relations. So the trust is a relationship between three gods, thus human beings and God. Hinduism is a simplicity. Hindu simplicity focuses on the image. Most important is vision. Darshan dena, darshan lena. Om is the seed of all mantras to control our own mind. Represents the trinity of the God of creation, preservation and destruction. So once again the relationship has been brought up here. Buddhism. Buddhism brought about asceticism, the existence of suffering. We suffer. By the fact that we suffer, there should be a cause for that suffering. If there is a cause, there should be a remedy. And if there is a remedy, which way we can solve this? So this is the rational, intellectual, but then once again relational. Islam, 5 pillars of fidelity, shahada. You lose your rationality and give into the faith. Faith dimension, salat, pray, zakat, think of the other, Saum. I have to maintain, purify myself with my fast, whatever it is. Hajj, we are as pilgrims constantly walking towards God. So, once again, this is also is relational. Our Chinese idea, yin and yang, male and female, two forces, they should be constantly in relation. None of the forces can dominate. They are all in the constant relationship. Sometimes one is giving place to the other. None of them is dominating. Therefore, this is also another different type of relationship. An ancestry of African. So maintain our own fathers, forefathers who have come before us, but then they have gone, they maintain watching us, watching our own existence, whether we live a right and good life or not. And finally, we have spirits of, this is Chinese harmony, ancestry of Africans, and spirits of forest of indigenous people of Amazon or some of the African countries. This brings about our own some concluding remarks. For example, in search of totality means everyone is equal. Every religion is equal. It is an essentially relationship. I become I by revealing myself to the other. Life is dialogical. Religion follow later. Not to use person as a means. Look at the history. Reality is intersubjective, not subjective alone. Language proves our own existence as dialogical, first applied to the human living, then to the religions. Therefore, our peace and harmony comes when we are able to relate, belonging to the different religions, but considering other as a human person who is also required for my own well-being. In that way, we may be able to give some new ideas for the current society on the political, social, as well as local level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Father, for taking us through almost all aspects of life, I must say. Geography, religion, spirituality, environment, and the diversity that you spoke about is something by accident. I had already mentioned something of that in my introduction. And the cosmopolitan viewpoint that you brought in when we look at religions, and I found acceptance is something that would lead us to peace and harmony. Acceptance of the fact that we are individuals, but also we are related to one another. The relationship aspect that you brought out was wonderful. I think growing together is the order of the day. And I'm sure, dear students, after listening to Father, some questions must have cropped up in your mind. And we have limited time, so I would invite 2 or 3 questions. So after the question answers are over, I will try to sum up the session within a few minutes. So over to the audience for questions on the presentation made by Father on this very relevant topic, which is so crucial for all of us today. Please raise your hands so that the mic can be brought to you. Here.
Good afternoon, Father. Religions in Search of Peace is the subtitle mentioned. When we take the example of the countries which were least influenced by religion, Scandinavian countries, Norway, Sweden, China, Japan, and when we take the example of the countries which were most influenced by religion, like Middle East countries, India, Africa. Why is it so that the Scandinavian countries are much more peaceful compared to the other countries? Number one. Quickly, second question. The concept of faith around which most of the religions revolve and the concept of scientific temper, are they complementary or are they contradicting? Faith and scientific temper. These 2 questions.
Excellent questions. Scandinavian area, if you know, they had their former religions. I do not know whether you know about it. And by 1000 AD, King Charlemagne, it was an idea of the Christianity of that time to make whole of European continent as Christian. So they lost their myths. For example, there are several myths in the whole of Scandinavian belt. Norway, Sweden, Finland, including Greenland, which Trump is looking for, whole of area. So once it is one religion has been established that region, so the conflicts are very less. There are no multiple ethnic groups which are present at the moment. That may be one of the reasons. For example, Japan, Shintoism. But then Japan has been learning how to deal with different Buddhist culture as well as Christian culture. They are harmoniously living together, but then they are maintaining the Shinto practices, Shintoism, their own practices, they are able to live together. Perhaps of late, Middle East, here, and some of the Latin American countries, we have lost this conviviality, living together with other traditions which has been affected quite a lot because of different reasons. And then your second question, whether the rational, the scientific concept and the religious concept, two things can walk together. I believe in that today. I think religion should give up something. For example, to tell you frankly, when I went to Brazil as an Indian, so the first thought was to maintain myself as an Indian, my thought process, the meditation, all the way of living together, everything like an Indian. But then by the fact that I got in touch with some of the Brazilians, elaborating the beautiful relationship as friends, then I begin to think, I have to lose, I have to give up, or I have to evolve in my process of living in that culture, because they are also human beings. And therefore today, being an Indian, being a Brazilian, being an Japanese, relating to them, there should not be any problem, because all of us are. That universality you have to build up within first. Unless and until you feel within yourself, as a universal person, a universal citizen, if you don't feel within yourself, I don't think so it is possible. I think our India, our Brazil, other Middle East countries, they have to evolve this process. This is where the rationality and faith may work together, I believe.
Thank you, Father. I think basically Father has a very good advantage in being an insider and an outsider. So you have been looking at everything as an insider with your roots as an Indian and a Mangalorean, but you have traveled so much and you've been exposed to so much culture and diversities that you're able to look into India also, I'm sure, and be a sort of a critic, both insider and outsider. You're able to look from within and without. I think that is the thing that is lacking in most of our religions today, that cosmopolitan viewpoint wherein we accept everybody in their as-is, where-is condition, but at the same time respect the positivities, as you showed very beautifully in all the religions, how the paths might be different, but there are so many commonalities, even in the diversities and even in the differences. So thank you for that question, Mr. Manoj Fernandez. Anybody else would like to? Yes, Johan.
Okay, I really enjoyed hearing your talk. So now the thing is, I'm not against any religion. I respect every single religion. It's just that even though if you don't follow any religion, but if you adopt morality as your religion, is that okay?
Would you speak little loudly?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, you.
Okay, fine.
Give the question, yes.
Yeah. Though I respect every religion, but I wanted to know, even though if you don't follow a particular religion, but if you adopt morality as your religion, is that okay according to you?
Yeah. First of all, to be born in India or in Africa or in Europe, it is not in our hands. We are already born. we should have a starting point. Secondly, the morality, which is each religion has got its own way of, each culture in fact has got its own way of treating their own people and protecting their own culture. Our own children, for example, our parents say, my son, you have to grow in this way. You have to be correct. You have to be decent. You have to choose a right path. I think that is universal. No parents would like to see their own son losing their track. I think some of the things are universal. I think we have to pick up those points. And as far as I see, you see, I said religions are paths. We go taking these paths to a certain stage. And that stage, I call it as a spiritual stage. Once we reach this stage, then there is no point in thinking of the path, because you are already transcended. You have come to a point. I think once we come to this point, the religions are, the past become irrelevant. You need not have those paths because you have already reached. And the difficulty with which we are dealing today, simply having problems thinking on the path. You are in a different path, I am in a right path. That should not be the case. All the paths have got their own morality, they reach, take you to this level, the spiritual level. Once you have reached, then you become universal. I think we have to thrust to that point. At that stage, I think all the religions have that content to take you to that stage also. That is what you call universal morality, I call it.
Thank you. There was one more question from that side. And one more. That will be the last one. Okay. After we finish those two questions, okay, please.
Good afternoon, sir. I would not call my doubt a question, more of a clarification. So are we essentially subscribing to this idea of structuralism, or have I missed something?
I did not get you once again, please.
Sir, the question is that are we subscribing to the philosophy of structuralism, or have I missed something, sir?
Yeah, structuralism, you say, no? Structuralism is necessary by the fact that all of us do not have the potential to think on ourselves to reach to a stage. For example, one person illuminated or spiritually sound to reach to a stage, that person doesn't require any structure, any rules and regulations, because already liberated. And we need to have some structures because all of us are not equal. Some of the things, we are slow, they need to be told, not all. In that way, I feel, my perception, structures are required. But then we could not stay only in the structures. We have to transcend. And this is where different paths will give you, our education give you all the content to grow and leave out the structure. And I think people, those who live only with the fulfilling the rules and regulations and structures, perhaps they are in the low level of spirituality. I think we have to transcend one way or the other. We have to come to that stage.
In a spiritual way. Yes, thank you, sir.
There was one more question there? Yeah, that will be the last one.
Okay, so sir, he asked some question and you said that religion comes along with culture, but I feel like living in a very diverse country such as India, we have adapted cultures of other religion. And do you think that culture and religion, they coexist, or a specific religion has its own code of conduct?
Yeah. This is also one of the kind of crisis which I go through also. A few years ago, let's say 30 years ago, I went to Brazil. From one culture, the Indian culture, I was trying to inculturate in the Brazilian culture. But then today, you are the young generation. You are not in one culture here. You are already in touch with the several cultures. You are in a multicultural atmosphere. So once you move from here, let's say, to Europe, Europe also is not a single monocultural. That is also multicultural. So that inculturation will not work out today, that it has evolved. It is a multicultural atmosphere here. There also it is multicultural. Therefore, it becomes very difficult. Very difficult. The younger generation, in one sense, it is difficult because several cultures are there. On the other hand, you are richness. You are blessed with the different cultures. You learn here only. And that is what the religions including. Being a Christian or Muslim or Hindu, you know what others think, what others, how they pray, how they deal with, how they relate. But then basically human beings are one and the same. The relationship which I said, that has to be given the thrust.
Thank you. I think we have reached the end of our time allotted. The organizers said 3:10 is the time that this session has to end. So that leaves me with 2 minutes to make some summing up statements. Well, Father, I feel that if at all I can bring one word from the secular world or from the world which encompasses everything, it would be empathy. I think if we could learn the art of putting ourselves in the shoes of the other and look at the world through different lenses. You said very beautifully that context matters. And I think to quote what you said and to just sum up what you have said, all of us seem to have the same goal, but there are different rules and different paths. I was very impressed by that. In other words, the diversity that we talk so much about has so many commonalities that we can always walk together. And to bring in that word, which is one of my favorite words, I think the world is all about sahodaya, growing together. With all the religions, with all their diversities and cultural differences, as was brought out by one of our students, I think basically it is moving towards a similar goal, being cosmopolitan, accepting people in their as is where is condition, and understanding the most important truth, that is, I cannot be happy if my neighbor isn't happy. So if we are able to bring that in, I think we can talk about peace, harmony, and integration. And it doesn't really matter whether we talk about monotheism or polytheism. As you said, the whole is more important, and all the parts have to search for the whole and become part of the whole. So I think I should thank you, Father, for a very invigorating, extremely thought-provoking, and enlightening session. I'm sure all of us have listened to it, and we will be thinking more about it, and more than thinking about it, we'll be acting upon it. I'm sure that will bring us more and more closer to understanding the fact that we are all sharing Mother Earth, and that all of us have a right to live in this beautiful place and make it better. So I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to moderate this session. It was an honor for me, and I learned a lot of things listening to Father's very beautiful presentation. So I would like to close here and hand over the mic to the MC.
Thank you, Reverend Dr. Joachim Andrade, for the wonderful session. I now request our moderator to offer a memento and green sapling to the speaker as a symbol of respect and appreciation. Thank you, sir. With this, we come to the end of technical session 2. Thank you, one and all. Have a pleasant day ahead. Just a quick note. Now we are taking a quick tea break. There's tea served outside the hall. We will resume at exactly 3:20 sharp with the paper presentations. There will be paper presentations happening in 6 different venues. Paper presenters of the LCRI hall are requested to assemble at the same venue and make sure your presentations are submitted to the technical team. The other venues include the Robert Sequeira hall, the hall exactly opposite to this hall. We have online paper presentations happening in the conference room of the admin block, room number A120 instead of Sanidhya. Kindly note, there's a change in the venue. Instead of Sanidhya in the admin block, we have paper presentation happening in the conference room of the admin block.